We are ready. Is this it? Q? What's up, everybody, yo? What's up? Welcome to another episode of Killah Priest Podcast. I am the host, Killah Priest Lord Son, a.k.a. the T-Ghost, a.k.a. Melchizedek. I'm up in the place to be, you know what I'm saying? And controlling the rock is none other than A.D.A. Dizzle.
Yo, I gotta fix my freaking camera, man. Hold on a quick second.
Oh.
See, everything is fly.
That's what they see?
As we go. Hold on.
Retrograde.
Yeah, what's good? Welcome back. It's gonna be a wild show. You already know. Let's go.
Oh, man, the day is going to be a great day. Well, let me first acknowledge the craft room. The craft room, starting with Coach Kadaka. Peace. Welcome to everyone to the Killah Priest Podcast. The moderator in the building, you know what I'm saying? Also, Voltage. Don't see him yet, but shout out to the great Voltage with the beats and moderating the everything nice. Thank you, Jody. Shout out to Jody Southworth. Nice shirt, KP. Thank you. Who else we got? Demetrius. Shoe Program. I like that. Shoe Program. What's good, everybody in the chat? Trouble Man, what up? He said big up to my folks. Big up, Priest. Oh, he said big Priest. What up? Yeah, losing weight, trying to, you know what I mean? I mean, this is kind of like a little bit loose. That way I can maneuver when I'm hitting the bag. You know what I mean?
In case you get into a scuffle.
Exactly. AD the Dark Knighite. That's by Demetrius. We about to go in. Yeah, we got T ready. Who else? Pause. All who's coming, welcome to the Podcraft, where we go in, we talk, and we build, and we come with some solutions. We come with some just thinking, just get our mind working outside of the norm, the system for whatever they taught us. You know, a lot of things when we start getting reconnected to the source, what the source is, we just go in and. Our mission here is to uplift and get us thinking, enlightenment, and that's our journey. And we're doing this journey together. And knowledge, wisdom, and understanding always comes first. You know what I mean? So, and we drink some good tea here also, and we hope all coffee. My coffee drinkers, when you're drinking your coffee, make sure you have cold brewed. Espresso, however you do it. Nitro brew, they got so many styles that the way they do it. Or just plain coffee. You know what I mean? Word. For my tea drinkers, y'all know what we do up here. We do matcha sometime. I'll do this. But today I've really, since the last episode, shout out to Razcast, I kind of like figured out that this was a steeper. Play myself. You know what I mean? All this time making matcha. And this actually has little holes in
Strainer?
it. Strainer, there you go. Thank you for the word. Thank you for the word of the day, strainer.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, so I'm before we get into this, it's gonna be dope. I'll just flip it around for y'all. Boom. So we got this right here. Our limited edition of Psychic World of Walter Reed. I know y'all gonna want this, man, but we're gonna hold up. I'm gonna open it up for y'all. Wow. Boom. See that? AD, can they see this?
Yep.
All right. And it's come with, it's limited edition, so we're going to be selling this. Let me open up this one. It's a 3-part, and there's 3 whole albums in there. So it will be on sale.
Wow.
$199. But check it out. $199. Is that right?
Wow.
But check it out. I'm going to sign this one because I'm going to sign all of them. We have one right there. We just showed this, but I'm gonna sign this one right now, and I'll just put the name on it. Whoever get it later, and I'm gonna, What you said? I'm gonna just do this so they can see this. Boom. Wow. So there it is. Killah Priest signature right there. Check out the back, AD.
Yeah. Fire.
Fly. Yeah, this is kind of fly. Old pictures. So this is from, just got my hands on 10. So it's a limited edition. Yeah, thank y'all. See y'all coming in.
So where can they get that again?
They're going to get it on
KillahPriest.tv?
KillahPriest.tv.
In the merch section.
In the merch section.
After the show.
Yeah, after the show. And it's a limited edition. It's only 10. 10 of these. Yeah, they're kind of hard. Yeah, only 10. The word.
Only 10.
Yep. Exactly.
And what's the MSRP?
The what?
I mean, the manufacturer's
The manufacturer's what?
sticker price.
The sticker price. Oh, the sticker. I'm gonna do it for $1.99.
$1.99. That's it.
100. Like, I didn't say 200.
Okay.
I could have said 200 because there's only 10 left, and there's the only ones you're not gonna get. So this is something that you can have. You can put up on your walls.
That's nice.
There you go. So that's it. And then it comes with Killah Priest.
Is that a poster?
Yeah, poster
Nice.
done by Smoke On. And it's kind of hard to get vinyl now because we did this for Superman.
Is that a sticker?
Yeah, it's a sticker right here. You get a sticker with it, and you get a little small tag that says Smoke On.
Yo, that's
So
nice.
I have a limited edition of 10, and I'll be showing y'all that. And I signed this one already, so I can just snatch this one up.
How much is the signed one? They're all signed. They're all gonna be signed?
Yeah, I'm gonna sign them all. You know, just sign them all. If y'all want them signed, some people are like, nah, that ain't. Who am I? If you put a special request in it that you don't want me to sign it, then I don't have nothing to do with it. I'll just give it to you.
I don't see why
But
you
I'm gonna
wouldn't.
sign it. I'm gonna sign it. Yeah, I'm gonna sign all. I'm gonna sign all of them. There's only 10.
Hmm.
There's only 10. Only 10. I'm letting y'all know now. So
Limited.
when you see, yeah, it's limited. So when you see sold out, that's it. All right. So get up on it. Get up on it. You can put up in there whatever you want. Get up on it. You got to feel it.
Mm-hmm.
How you gonna do it when you? All right. Yo, today's show, we're gonna get into this. Shout out to our tall God Heru. I know you listen. There you go. Voltage up in the building. We're moving forward. Everybody's coming in the building. Today's topic. I see y'all laughing in there. Fire. Thank you from Brooklyn. Bless. Shout out to Brooklyn. BK in the building. Wonton going to grab me one. Hey, come on, man. Go grab it. Wonton, grab one. Grab one, man, because they go out. I tried to tell you about the...
What's the name?
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean. What's my cold album called? I be forgetting my own albums, yo.
Which one?
Nah, because I put out so many. So I'm tripping right now. Damn, Rocket to Nebula, bro. Rocket to Nebula.
Yeah.
Right. So I just had a little blank spot right there, yo. So, yeah, I'm going to sign and number them. Oh, shout out. Thank you for, this is number 1. Bet. All right. Thank you, Voltage. That was a good idea right there. Shout out to Voltage. I'm going to number this one. This is going to be number 1. 1. I'm going to put 1 on it. Look, so they can see it. 1. Number 1. Wow, there it goes. Number 1.
Hey.
Okay. All right, so with that, we're going to get on with the show real quick.
Okay.
So today we got all right, I want you all to get your minds together, get your pen and pad out, you know what I'm saying? Because we about to go somewhere on to another, shout out to Voltage once again. I see you out there. Word. Rich Genetics. Word. Coach Kandaka, Jimmy B, Oxbean, FU, Bill Gates. All right, so look. Let me see how I'm going to start this. We're going to go into something real deep. We talk about creations of the planet Earth, creation stories that go back from the Bible. Everybody know the stories of Genesis. You have older that even predate Genesis. You have the Babylonian tablet, the Numa Elish. Some say the Atrahasis. These are just names that comes up, and they have ancient, even in the Native American, and then in Kemet, you have the wheel and the potter wheel, and you have the creation story that goes on and predates a lot of things. And then I'm sitting there, and I'm be honest with you, I was watching YouTube. Hey, do you got that video I sent you?
Yes.
Yeah. I was watching YouTube, and I was looking at some of the stories that they told us, which is a mind-boggling, crazy story. You know, when you go back, and I mean, you might not even have to show it now because I'll just tell it. you know, when you see the stories of the creation story of ice exploding here and exploding here, and a vast, you know, what I mean, a vacuum, planets coming in and out of black holes, and star system with satellites. Well, back then they didn't have all of that stuff, nor were we back then. And figured it, you know, in speech, like just to put it this way. But you have let me see, let me get see, I like the mood setting on this one. You have people who make books, who write TV, who do TV shows, and you got it, and they tell their story of our creation. They have a problem with the snake in the garden, but then want to tell us we come from monkeys. Two type of animals. You know what I'm saying? Which is it? It's the snake or the monkey? The biblical past says snakes. The future says monkeys. So, and then we say all of this and taking the information that they gave us. Well, there were certain tribes going back that told stories of how they got here, how they came here. Everyone has a story. From the Vedas in India, gods, and whatever it is, they told stories. Get here. Race one says, yo, please. I'm going in today. Told you I'm going in. Yeah. So, yeah, somebody said I'm high right now. No, I'm just going in because I gotta to get this. I'm gonna let this cat tell a story because he's got over 13 books on the ancient Dogon society, man, and on different things too. But we're going to get into some different things today. Laird Scranton, author, writer, you see it down there, has joined the craft, and we're going to give him permission. We're going to give him the keys. Do we use keys? Oh, I forgot my keys, yo. To tell us about it, because this thing is exciting. We want to come down to some information and get some information out there that we need. Because they did all of these things without, or if they did have telescopes, we don't know. But they tell stories. So, all right. So, y'all gotta chill out. Yeah. Yo. Everybody, I'm gonna bring them. I'm gonna just bring them to the stage. Where's it? Okay. All right. So I'm gonna hold it up just a little bit longer. Get y'all up in here. Somebody said Robert Morales said a lot of knowledge. Yeah, we're gonna do tea breaks today too. Thanks, Coach Kandaka. Cover boy in the building. Shout outs to everybody. Yep. Okay. So without further ado, yo, man, everybody make some noise, man. Mr. Author, writer, Laird Scranton, man. What's good?
Well,
I want to set you up right.
well, yeah, I'm just so honored to have been invited to come talk to you. I can't say how jazzed I am about this. I've been thinking about it all day. But I don't know how you first heard about me, but I've been at this for about 2 decades, writing books about ancient symbolism and ancient language. And I try to learn more about symbols and myths by comparing how different cultures understood the same elements. Because when you get down to the bottom of it, all of the classic ancient mythological traditions all have a whole lot in common. You know, Carl Jung was the one who noticed the archetypes that were everywhere. So it's all one system. It all derives from one system, and we can learn more about any piece of it by starting with what any one culture says about it, like the Dogon or some other country, the Buddhists or the Hindus or the ancient Egyptians, and test that against what the other ones say. And when we do that, we get sort of a 3D picture of what the original meaning of the element was. And that's sort of my work is about. Is the Dogon make okay, I don't know if the Dogon are a modern day tribe from Mali, but their societal mission is to keep and preserve original elements of this ancient symbolic system that go back much further. They go back to 3000 BC initially, and they even extend further back to around 11,000 or around 9,000 BC, about 11,000 years ago. And the Dogon are the group that have managed to keep all the complexities of that straight. And so that's what I write about.
Man. Oh, man, that's great. You had over, how many books have you written? Huh?
About 13 books, and I sort of accidentally wrote the first one. I thought I was just keeping notes for myself because things started getting complicated, and I was trying to keep things straight. And then eventually I realized, hey, I have enough information here to publish an article. Or later, I have enough information to self-publish a book. And so that's what I did. I self-published a book, and then that book found a famous Egyptologist by the name of John Anthony West, the guy who studied the Sphinx. And he took it to a publisher's fair in New York City and personally shopped publishers for it. And then since that time, I've been working with Inner Traditions in Vermont. They're a subsidiary of Simon & Schuster. And then because it can take a year and a half or so to get a book published, in recent years, I've also been self-publishing a second book.
Okay. Rich knowledge. All right, I'm just going to jump into it. This is what we do right here. Where do the Dogons say that they come from?
Okay, for the Dogon, it's not so much about where they come from as where their group of mythical teachers came from. The Dogons say that the symbolic system that they're preserving describes concepts of creation, as you were talking about earlier, how the world, how matter forms, and how the universe forms, and how biological life happens, how consciousness happens. And the more you get into it, the more you realize that it's scientific information, that you can set it side by side with science, and you're looking at the same thing in descriptions and in drawings. They're talking about things in scientific terms. And they say that they understand all that because way back in ancient times, a group of teachers explained who thoroughly understood all the science, explained it all to them. Now, it looks like there were two major rounds of instruction. One that happened around 9,000 BC. I don't know if you're familiar with the ancient site Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. That was the site of one round of instruction, and some of the Dogon references go back that far.
Well, Göbekli Tepe is supposed to be the oldest, right?
For the moment, yes. They keep making new discoveries that are contemporaneous with, or maybe a little bit older than Göbekli Tepe, but Göbekli Tepe is the site they have excavated right now. Yes. For the moment, it's considered to be the oldest.
Okay.
It looks to me as if the Dogon were the ones who 6,000 years later have been able to keep all the material straight. And so at around 3200 BC, there was another round of instruction that happened. It looks like it happened on Orkney Island in north of Scotland. And that the Dogon were enlisted initially as sort of adjunct professors or assistant professors to actually teach this stuff. And then when graduating classes of initiates returned home, very often they went home with an African priest or instructor who sometimes served as a priest, a priestly class, sometimes served as a ruling class. The pharaohs and the priests in Egypt, it looks to me as if they were initially Black African and connect with a group on Orkney that I associate with the Dogon for a lot of different reasons. And so for the Dogon, the question comes down to who are these teachers who seem to know so much?
There you go.
Now, the easiest way to try to get a foothold into who that is, okay, there's no answer to that question that's going to satisfy a traditional academic, because from the perspective of traditional academia, there couldn't have been anybody in ancient times who understood some of the deep science that Dogon are talking about. But it runs pretty deep. I mean, I could see when I got initially into it that the Dogon were correctly talking about atoms and electrons and protons, and they drew correct pictures to go along. You could take a description the Dogon gave and a drawing they made and substitute it for a description by Stephen Hawking and a diagram by Stephen Hawking, and you didn't really change the meaning of Hawking's book. And so my first book is basically a side-by-side comparison of a lot of these references and a lot of these drawings. Say, look, intuitively, this is science. You can see, compare it for yourself. It's side-by-side comparison. They're talking about how biological reproduction happens. They're talking about how atoms form. They're talking about how the universe formed.
And this is crazy.
Now,
oh, God. Sorry.
To make that a little more interesting, the Dogon see all these processes as parallel to each other. That the energy that causes matter to form is the same energy that causes consciousness to happen, or is the same energy that causes universes to form. This is one set of dynamics of energy that repeat in different ways. And so whoever put together the symbolic system that the Egyptians and the Dogon work with established one sequence of symbols that simultaneously describe all of these different creational themes. And that's partly why the symbols get so difficult to understand, is because you can't ask, what does this symbol mean? You have to ask, what does this symbol mean if we're talking about biological reproduction? Or what does it mean if we're talking about how matter forms? There's parallelism to it, but it's not always exactly the same. For example, the shape of a hemisphere, if we're talking about biological reproduction, is an expanded womb of the mother. If we're talking about the formation of matter, it's the expansion of mass that happens before atoms form. And so the Dogon flatly tell us what certain of their symbols mean and what certain of their drawings mean, and they're very good at explaining in modern terms what these things are about. And they provided me with maybe 30 symbols and 30 definitions that I could then go look at Egyptian hieroglyphic language and realize that the Egyptian symbol and the Egyptian meaning was exactly the same as the Dogon. And so that gave me a foothold into trying to understand those Egyptian hieroglyphs and what the words of the Egyptian hieroglyphs mean.
So they were all connected. That's crazy. And they did this all without telescope, right? And it seems like it's more accurate than the technology we got now.
Right. The Dogon don't have access to technology at all, but they have done an intensely good job of preserving the details of these structures and these shapes. These are all the archetype type symbols. You were talking about serpents, the spiraling coils of Carl Jung and so forth. These are symbols that are found from culture to culture in very similar form everywhere. These are the symbols of this system, and the Dogon are the ones who managed to keep it all together as a system. The Dogon and the Buddhists.
Did they stop? These teachers? Did they stop coming or something? What's the story behind these cosmic teachers that came to them?
The Dogons say that at some point in the process, their teachers either chose to leave or were forced to leave, and that the Dogons saw that as a major turning point for humanity historically. And they don't pin down a specific time when that happened, but we can tell that it must have happened sometime after about 2600 BC, because that's when the active education on the scale of Orkney Island stopped happening.
Oh, okay. All right. And so I'm just going through this, man. And so it connects to it's crazy about this connection, man. That you connected with Buddha, Veda,
Right.
anything?
Um,
Yeah, tell us about
the
that.
traditions in India all start with a philosophy called Samkhya, which is a companion to yoga.
Mm,
Yoga is sort of the personalized practice, and Samkhya is the cosmological practice. And they use all the same terms to describe things in parallel with each other. I have a daughter who studies yoga, and fairly often she'll come and start telling me about some concepts she learned about, and she'll start the sentence and I'll be able to finish it because all the terms are the same. I know what she's talking about, even though I've never studied yoga myself.
wow, that's crazy, man. I mean, because that's like a hot topic. Everybody's talking about the Dogon. You said they have the same similar knowledge as the Egyptians. Would you think that they derived or they descendants of early Egyptians?
Um, at around 3000 BC, there was very close contact between the Dogon and the Egyptians. And we know that because a lot of the Dogon civic practices, even today, are predictive of what happened in ancient Egypt around 3000 BC. They have the same set of calendars. They have a lot of the same civic traditions in their culture, the way they arrange villages, their language. Very many of the Dogon cosmological words are ancient Egyptian words. And we can demonstrate that because back in those days, each word didn't just carry one meaning, it carried a kind of a cluster of meanings. And the clusters are such you can't really guess one meaning by knowing the other one. So these clusters, if you find the same cluster of meaning with the same phonetic in another language, you can have a match between the two. You can say there's a correlation because we have half a dozen meanings that go with this phonetic value in both languages. So a lot of the Dogon words are ancient Egyptian words. Many of those same words are also ancient Hebrew words. The Dogon have civic practices like ancient Egypt. They have rituals like ancient Judaism, and they have a symbolic cosmology like ancient Buddhism. So the Dogon is kind of an umbrella over at least three groups. But the Dogon language shows that it's even more detailed than that, because the Dogon language is technically not classifiable because they preserve at least in the neighborhood of 18 subgroupings of words from other languages. That some of the words are Turkish words, some are from the Tamil in India, some are ancient Egyptian, some are Hebrew, some are typical of North African tribes. There's a cluster of North African tribes who all share a lot of the same information: the Dogon, the Dagara, the Bambara, the Yoruba, the Bozo. There are a range. There is an ancient group called the Garamantes, who were in North Africa, who share a lot of the same stuff as the Dogon.
What's the name?
Garamantes.
The Garamantes.
These are the guys who left cliff paintings of chariots all over the Sahara Desert.
Green Sahara. Yeah. Oh, this is we're about to blast off, man. So, all right. So it's always boggled my mind about the Dogon society and their whole. Where do they? All right. A better question is have you been around them yet? Have you met up with any Dogons?
I haven't, because first of all, the Dogon live very remotely. They live about an 8-hour drive across desert from anything that we consider to be modern civilization. So it's difficult to get to them. The second thing is, that's deliberate that they live that remotely. The second thing is that the way the instructional tradition works, it's an esoteric tradition. If you're a priest or if you're an informant and I'm an initiate, the way the transaction works is I ask you a question, and if you consider my question appropriate to what I've already been taught, you're required to give me a truthful answer. But if you feel that my question goes beyond what my status is as an initiate, then you're required to remain silent, or if you have to lie to preserve inner secrets of the tradition. So it ends up being about a 20-year process for an initiate to learn about the tradition in detail. Anyone who wants to learn it can, any man or woman, whether they're African or whether they're Dogon or whether they're somebody else, if they pursue it, they can be taught. The tribe will teach them. As a matter of fact, the work that my work is based on is the work of a French anthropologist named Marcel Griol, who for 30 years brought teams into Dogon country to study and document and learn about the tradition. And Griol at the time was considered the premier anthropologist of Europe. He was cutting edge. He was the one who was bringing cameras to film things and bringing tape recorders to record things and using technology to understand things. Eventually, the priest who was his informant realized that the questions he was asking were starting to touch on pretty sensitive stuff. And so the priest went to a tribal council and said, look, this guy's asking questions. The way our tradition works, if he asks the question, I'm obliged to give him a truthful answer. What do I do here? He's an outsider. He's going to write about this stuff. He's going to publish about this stuff. What am I supposed to do? And the tribal council said, go ahead. Go ahead and tell him the truth. You know, as long as he continues to pursue it, you are supposed to respond to him truthfully. And so he ended up publishing articles and books and so forth that I work from as the basis of trying to understand the symbolism. For me, the principle is that any interpretation has to begin with what the Dogon or one of the other ancient cultures claims. If they don't say it, if they didn't understand the thing a certain way, it's not fair game. It's not fair for me to say, oh, this looks like such and such, and start running off chasing that. It always has to begin with somebody in authority in ancient times saying, by the way, here's what this means. And then my job is to test that and to go to the other ancient cultures and say, okay, did the Hindus understand this the same way the Dogon did? And through that process, I start to uncover nuances of meanings that I didn't understand and sort of inch my way back to what the original meaning of that thing had to have been.
Okay. So what did the Dogon say about our galaxy? Well, the galaxy that they see.
Okay.
Universe. Here we go.
To start a little bit bigger than that, the Dogon recognize the existence of what they call 14 superposed universes. What they're describing compares to, I don't know if you know about studies they've done on very deep ocean waters. When they go to the deepest parts of the ocean, they discover that there are zones or regions of life that as you go down into that water, different kinds of plant life and different kinds of animal life thrive better with more water pressure or with less water pressure or with more sunlight or less sunlight, with colder water or with warmer temperatures. And then there's certain types of life, like whales, that don't care about it. They'll cross all the zones and they're perfectly comfortable anywhere. So the Dogon are saying that the energetics work that same way, that there are zones of energetics that are not differentiated by water pressure. They're differentiated by the pace of time, that in factors of 10, the Dogon describe these 14 domains of time. And Hinduism agrees that there are different levels of consciousness that pertain to these zones. Individualized consciousness is sort of the raindrops of the system, and collective consciousness is sort of the cloud that produces the raindrops, and then there are segments in between. And so an individual person is connected back in various ways, all the way back to the source, according to Hinduism. And we connect in certain ways to different levels of consciousness. Samkhya, which is the philosophy this is all based on, says that they break it down in bigger chunks. They say there's a non-material or an energetic domain, and there's a material domain. And that non-materiality has perfect knowledge and perfect consciousness, but an inability to take action. And our material domain has imperfect knowledge, but perfect ability to take action. And so Sanchez says there are routine attempts being made from the non-material domain to either communicate knowledge to us or to induce actions on our part. And they do it in a number of different ways. They do it through vivid dreams, through meaningful synchronicities. They do it through the odd behavior of animals, through clairvoyance and a number of the modes of the paranormal that we talk about, things that we consider to be paranormal. That for a person who's attuned to how the mode of discussion happens, there's information being tried to be communicated or actions trying to be encouraged.
Okay. Are you finished?
Yeah. Well, interrupt me anytime because I'll just keep going. You know?
Nah, it's all good, man. That's the thing about here. We just let you go off. You know what I mean? On the prep.
We got some super chats.
We got a couple of super chats that we're going to read for you.
Coverboy says Merman from He-Man is a Dogon A class in session.
Mermaid from
I never saw He-Man.
Yeah, Skeletor. No. What do you think? That was a funny one. That was cool. Shout out to Coverboy.
Shout out to Vinny Black Lodge. S2K says smash the like button. Smash the like button.
No doubt.
All right.
That's my
No questions yet. Oh, make sure you turn it on.
Yeah, I did. I just turned it off.
I think you
by
turned it
mistake.
off by mistake. Yeah.
Yeah, there it goes. The light's not coming on. It's retrograde.
Hey, here it comes. Gotta give it a second.
All right.
It's
These are my bombs. So when you say something that's really profound, I would have been hit this a couple of times, but it's retrograde. Are you into all of that stuff?
Sure.
Yeah, exactly.
Yep. Well, you know, the trick is trying to get back to what it really meant, because if you go back far enough, the words will explain themselves to you. Confucius at 500 BC said he was upset because in China, it had reached the point where words were no longer explaining their own meanings. With the Dogon words, every word is built from syllables, and the syllables represent concepts. And so you can sort of mix and match these syllables together like building blocks to create bigger words that mean more complicated things. And so if you know what the phonetics are about, you can tell what a word means just by the way it's pronounced. And those same phonetics apply in a lot of cases to the ancient Egyptian words. In Egypt, the hieroglyphic words, every glyph represents a concept. Now, the traditional Egyptologists think that the glyphs were phonetic, like letters of our alphabet, where they just represented a sound. But there are only about 40 sounds that are represented in your typical language, and there are 4,000 Egyptian glyphs. So it doesn't take a brain surgeon to figure out that there's something more going on with those glyphs than just phonetics. So as it turns out, every glyph represents a concept. This is from my point of view, represents a concept, and you string them together to create a sentence that defines the word. I'll give you a simple example. If I had known what I was doing when I started, I would have started with an Egyptian word for the concept of a week, like our week of 7 days. The Egyptian word for a week was written with only two glyphs. One was the sun glyph, which is a circle with a dot in the center of it. And the second one is an upside down U shape that was the Egyptian number 10. And so I looked at that word and I said, symbolically, that says to me 10 days. I know the sun glyph can represent the concept of a day. And so I did some research and I discovered the ancient Egyptians had a 10-day week. And I thought, wow, just by looking at the glyph word, I learned something about the Egyptian culture that I didn't know before, just by looking at the form of the word. So then I discovered that in ancient China, with their hieroglyphs, the word for week was originally written with a sun glyph, which was originally round with a dot, and their number 10, and they also had a 10-day week. So we have direct comparability between the Egyptian hieroglyphs and the Chinese hieroglyphs in the way they were formulated and the way that meaning was represented that goes all the way back to the beginning.
So did their month last only 3 weeks, according to their calendar?
Now they had they had different calendars. By the lunar calendar, which is it depends on what process you're talking about, what they judged by, which calendar they judged by. Mm-hmm. But the lunar calendar averages out to an average of about 29 days in a month. Mm-hmm. Supposedly, the Egyptians had a ceremonial calendar that was 360 days and a solar calendar that was 365. But I can't find any firm, clear evidence that the ancient Egyptians actually had a 365-day year back in ancient times. Mm-hmm. That it looks to me as if all these ancient cultures that celebrated a 360-day year were celebrating it because that's how long the year was then. Mm-hmm. And that cataclysms happened between then and now that extended the year by 5 days.
Now, I also learned that they had their new year is September 11th. Is that true? For the Dogon and for the Egyptians and for a number of other ancient cultures, they marked the beginning of the year with what's called the helical rise of Sirius. I'll try to describe what that means. Okay. Symbolically, the sun is an icon for the material domain. And symbolically, Sirius becomes an icon for the non-material domain. Now, the processes of creation happen when non-material energy and material energy come together. So, astronomically, with Sirius, what happens is that every year it goes through a period of like 72 days where we can't see Sirius because it's sitting in the glare of the sun. And so the sun is so bright that we can't see Sirius. But then just following that, in the morning, just before dawn, Sirius reappears immediately before the sun. That's called the helical rise of Sirius. So that's the point in the calendar where the icon for non-materiality comes together with the icon for materiality. And so that marks the beginning of creation. So it also marks the beginning of the year.
That's science. Wrong for that one. That was crazy. It's funny how all of the traditions connect. You know, as far as Buddha, and I always said that everybody is like a link into one big family or school. Let me say it that way, like a school. Where was the Dogons with the afterlife and on the spiritual side? Because I know a couple of traditions dealt with the afterlife and life beyond.
The Dogon don't believe in reincarnation the same way that Hinduism does. For the Dogon, the French anthropologists say that it's explicit in Dogon culture that the only aspect that connects to reincarnation is the characteristics that we pass on to our offspring through DNA. But
that's hard.
It's more complicated than that because the Dogons say that people have what they describe as 4 souls, and that when a person dies, one of those souls has the option to hang around to keep an eye on friends and family and things that are important going on here.
Wow.
That the point of a funeral is to try to represent to that deceased soul that things are so good here that there's no reason to hang around. Just go ahead and go on to where you have to go. But certain souls decide anyway to hang around for one reason or another. There's something they care about, they want to watch over. And so every so often the Dogon will hold just a generic funeral. Nobody died. They just hold a generic funeral to offer all of those souls that opted to stay behind another opportunity to leave.
The tough part is nowadays is to make sure that soul was informed about when and where that
ceremony would take place. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they're not exactly going to be sent the email or be part of any kind of Facebook group. You know what I'm saying? With all due respect, it's like that soul would need to make sure it's informed that, oh, your funeral is over here at this, you know what I mean, at this area. Because what if it happens and they didn't know? You know what I mean? Where was it at? Like, I know it's a small detail, but at the same time, it might be a big detail if they can't find where the ceremony is happening.
Yeah, well, they haven't really addressed that problem, but the sense I get is that with broader levels of consciousness, that there's broader perception of what's going on. You know, not as limited as ours. It's like the difference between somebody sitting at home in the 1960s, not being unaware of what's going on around the world, and somebody today who can sign on to their internet and check anything they want.
Yeah.
It's like having a broader level of consciousness that's more connected, more unified.
I sometimes wonder if the afterlife would even have access to the Ethernet. I mean, it is the ether net, you know what I mean? Like, would they be even able to tap into, you know what I mean? Like, I know it's all joking aside, but like, you know, if you're up there, you know, and you've passed, like, one of the questions I would ask is like, do you guys get Wi-Fi? What's going on? Can I access, you know, my the past family's you know, internet? But then I guess that would be weird if you just suddenly got emails and messages from the deceased. So I don't know. I'm just thinking broadly. But
No, these are all interesting things to speculate about, and it's funny, some of the stuff that I eventually trip over. You know, I there's some idea I have that I sort of push to the back, pushed aside. You know, gee, I wonder about this, and then 2 decades later, something turns up, a reference turns up, and suddenly that question gets answered. That happens to me with my books. A lot of times, there have been books that I've written where somebody I don't know asks me a question I haven't thought about, and I go look into that question, and material for an entire book results from it.
There you go.
Yeah, would you compare? Oh yeah, we got some super chats, but would you compare, you know, some of their works with the Enuma Elish and the Atrahasis as they spoke back in the days as far as creation and creation stories?
Yeah, this is all the same stuff. They're repeating the same.
Wow.
Okay, once you understand how the energetics work, then you're in a position to look at one of those stories you haven't seen before and say, oh, I see how this fits the dynamic of the energetics. And it ends up being actually really simple, or pretty simple.
Right.
That, okay, there ends up being a handful, about a half dozen different dynamics that energy goes through that we can see in the everyday world that hold together like as a cluster, the same way that I said words do. And those same dynamics repeat in similar form all the way up and down the scale. Once you understand what the dynamics are, now you're in a position to understand things that are happening in domains you can't directly look at. It basically boils down to this, that when two different qualities of energy come together, like two streams of water of different temperature or of different speeds, they tend to spin when they come together. So Samkhya is saying that the way the processes of creation begin is that two qualities of energy come together and they spin around a center. And when they spin, spinning energy creates resonance, which is like an echo, and echoing creates resistance, and resistance is mass. So the effect is that spinning energy is sort of pushing up against resistance the same way a snowplow pushes up against snow. And what happens with snow is that after a certain point, the plow can't push any more snow, so the snow ends up going off to the sides, left and right, perpendicular to the direction the snow plow's pushing. Well, that's the way the energy works too, that the spinning energy creates vectors of energy that spin off, that are emitted off perpendicularly to the plane of the energy that the energy is spinning in. Now, those vectors end up being, as the resistance gets greater and greater, it's hard to explain. Einstein says that as we create resistance or create mass, we also slow down time.
light travels at a constant speed. I think it's 186,000 miles per second. Now, so we know that in a moment, if we could look objectively, stand outside of the system and say, okay, in a moment, time will extend this far in a moment. Well, as we create mass, what we're doing is we're slowing down time. We're slowing down the pace of time. And so that objective moment that used to take this long now takes twice as long. And because it takes twice as long, light is now able to extend twice as far out in the same moment as it used to. It has twice as much objective time to do it in. And so it looks to us as if space is expanding. It's not really. What's happening is essentially that we're seeing a magnified view of things. So those energetics, that set of energetics, the idea of two energies coming together, spinning, creating resonance and mass, and emitting a vector of energy, is the whole shooting match, for all the way from down where we're dealing with just energy, a purely energetic domain, to all the way up to where we're dealing with atoms and electrons and things like that. It's all those same dynamics repeating again and again and again and again in similar form. And the Dogon describe that, but you have to know what they're talking about to be able to understand that that's what they're describing. So my most recent book, which is called Amma and the Spark of the Universe, focuses on how that's true, spelling out, saying, okay, here's a Dogon symbol and a Dogon description. They're talking about a root dynamic of magnetism. And here's another description and a symbol. They're talking about the root dynamic of electricity. And it all gets into what sounds like it's very complicated, but it really only boils down to those dynamics I was talking about. Spinning energy creates resistance and mass and evokes vectors. That's all that's going on.
That's hard. I gotta give you a clap, a gunshot for that. It's so deep, man. And then we be going to all of these schools. They be talking about all this technology with satellite. They got satellite dish up there. They was doing all of this, and all of this science that they broke down. They was doing this without satellite.
Right, because the Dogon didn't actually figure it out. They were taught it. They just happened to be the very best at keeping it straight for thousands and thousands of years. Now, the Buddhists also kept it straight for thousands and thousands of years, but in an entirely different language. And both systems are documented a long time ago, so we know that they're both ancient. So we come all the way down to the present day, and an authority on Buddhism understands a concept the same way an authority on the Dogon understands it. And we can infer that they both kept all those details right all the way down to the present day. No, if it had changed, they wouldn't be in agreement anymore.
Right. So
the Buddhists say that their information was received from a non-human source. That's what the Hindus say also, that the instruction they received in ancient times was from a non-human source. And so our impulse is to think non-human, okay, this is a sci-fi alien who comes here with a ship. The Dogon are saying, no, that's not the case. What the case is that as the energetics are a cycle that works sort of like the cycle of a year with seasons, there's the cycle is based on differences in time frame. That the non-material domain is becoming less and less material, and the material domain is becoming more and more material. And it's a cycle. They switch rules after a while. It's like an hourglass with sand in the top globe that sifts down into the bottom globe. Well, eventually, there's a point in the middle of the cycle where you have the same amount of sand in the top that you have in the bottom. With what the Dogon are describing, that's a situation for the universes where the time frames match each other. It's like matching water pressure between an airlock and the ocean. If you can match the pressure inside the airlock to the pressure outside the ocean, it's safe to move out. Or if you can match pressure in an airlock to the pressure in space, it's safe to move out. Well, the Dogon are saying that in the middle of this energetic cycle, the time frames of the two universes, which work like pressure, match. And at that point, around 3600 BC, it becomes possible to cross over from one domain, one energetic domain, to the other energetic domain. And that's what their teachers did. That their teachers found a way to cross over between the domains and to take action as material beings to teach the Dogon and other groups.
Wouldn't this also be known as multidimensional?
Yes, if you want to look at it that way, but the Dogon see dimensions a little differently. The dimensions that are like geometry to the Dogon. You know, you go from a geometric point to a line to an area to a volume. That's dimensionality. But the phases of this energy work more like the electromagnetic spectrum. As a matter of fact, the electromagnetic spectrum documents the phases the Dogon are talking about. That what started out as gamma rays at the time of the Big Bang, which are very high frequency energy, now to study them, they have to study microwaves, which are very long frequency energy. The electromagnetic spectrum records the slowing of time frame that the Dogon say happens. And the Dogon are saying that every increment of 10 along that continuum defines another energetic domain that is sort of distinct from the ones next to it.
So it's the same dimension, it's just a frequency shift to where we're seeing different frequencies.
Right. If you got in your car and set your radio to the frequency of your favorite radio station and started driving across the country, you'd reach a point where you moved out of range of that station and you would no longer hear the music. But eventually you might move into range of another station that broadcasts on the same frequency, and now you'd be hearing their music.
So frequencies of sound, frequencies of light, and then now we're talking frequencies of matter.
Right, or frequency. These are frequencies of energy, vibrations of energy. Everything comes down to energy. But think about it. With water is an excellent metaphor for a lot of this. With water, if you start with liquid water and you simply lower the temperature enough, you produce ice automatically. It's a phase transition. Or if you raise the temperature enough, you produce water vapor. It's another phase change. The Dogon are talking about phase changes, that energy, when you slow the time frame enough, produces matter.
That's right.
The same way that water, when you cool it enough, produces ice. It's the same process. It's a parallel process.
That's right. And it is water. Water is ice. I tell you,
Right.
water is right, and it is vapor. You know, we was talking about that before, like how did water come to the planet? I was always thinking, well, did it come as ice, blocks of ice, or because it goes back up in vapor? Yeah, but it's all the same. It's all the same.
This correlates with the platonic solids?
Say it again.
The platonic solids? Do you do?
Yeah, there's a connection to it in terms of the geometry of how these things play out, but not as complicated as the platonic solids get.
Gotcha.
There's a simpler way to conceptualize this stuff. Now, the Dogon are saying that it's a mistake to start with your primary tool as mathematics. And I'll try to explain why that is. Okay, if you were standing beside a road at the bottom of a hill, and the road ran up the hill to the top of the hill and over the top of the hill and down the other side, it would look like a diminishing perspective to you. It looked like the road was forming a V that diminishes down to a point at the top of the hill. If you use mathematics to describe that, you're going to arrive at a singularity at the top of the hill. That's the end of your math. You can't go any further than the singularity. If instead you consider it to be a problem of distance and direction, you can walk up the hill to the top of the hill and find out what's over the hill. And that's what the Dogon do. They're saying, don't look at this as math. Math is a way of confirming things, but math is the wrong tool to deal with this with. You need to look at this qualitatively, not quantitatively. And so they try to describe what the qualitative circumstances of all this are. Once they describe what the pattern is to us successfully, that pattern we can apply all the way up the scale. It's as above, so below. It all works the same way. And all the weirdness of quantum science goes away, and all of the things that, you know, the divide by zero and the divide by infinity problems all disappear. You can arrive at an understanding of what's really going on.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. Quantum leap. I was about to say that, and they seemed like they folded the universe and went to the other side. That was rich with knowledge.
Right.
All right, so we're gonna get to a little bit more super chats for you.
Yeah, we got a few questions here for you.
Okay.
We're doing this speedily. We don't pile it up. Let's go.
Lamar asks, has he discovered any cognates or esoteric parallels in New World or Mesoamerican cultures, Pacific Islanders, Australasians?
Yes, absolutely. I've been looking actually at some of that stuff just this week. The Maori in New Zealand, who are a Polynesian culture, I learned very early on in my process that the phonetics of their language is a very close match for the Dogon. And so I found out I could predict the meanings of Maori words without even knowing anything about them based on how they're pronounced. And so one of my books focuses on the cosmological traditions of the Maori, how they understand all the same stuff, and what elements of it they preserve and how they talk about it in their language and so forth. And the dictionary, the Maori dictionary that I work from, is a comparative Maori Polynesian dictionary, because all the Maori words are Polynesian words that are found everywhere. So if the Maori believe it, you're going to find it with other Polynesian countries everywhere. Now, I've also been this week looking into, been reading a book by John Burke about how ancient sacred sites had an energetic effect on the productivity of seeds, that ancient people would bring seeds and place them in like dolmens or these stone cairns for a short period of time. If they leave them there for like an hour, then the seed will produce 80% more food than it would have otherwise. So one of the sites that Burke is looking into is Lake Titicaca in South America. And I discovered, based on the name of the site and some of the geography of the site, that there were key factors in the placement of that site that I consider to be signatures of the tradition I'm researching. There are choices that the Hindus say were deliberately made for the siting of these ancient shrines and so forth for a particular reason. They were chosen because of their relationship to certain geographical features. And so to find those same features set in the right way for Lake Titicaca and the names of the places nearby explaining that, I realized, without even having to do more research, that all of that culture ties to what I'm researching.
All right.
Next one.
DH says, peace, L. Scranton. Are the planes of consciousness outside of the time-space dimensions, and is it possible to transverse the dimensions?
One of the first confusions for me with Egyptian hieroglyphs was that they define two time glyphs. One represents an oscillation of time back and forth that is experienced in pure energy. And the other is represented by linear time that we experience on the material side of things. And it took me a while to understand why there were two aspects to that. So the energetics that produce time and space and matter are the same energetics that produce consciousness. So it's not a question of consciousness being outside of time, because time is essentially the element that's producing consciousness. So we can't really say that consciousness exists outside of time. It's a byproduct of time. As far as being able to travel through time or between dimensions, okay, it looks to me as if what we see as UFO contacts represent effects at the boundary between the region of time we're in and the region of time next to ours. Imagine if you were a fish under the surface of the ocean and a motorboat drove by. What the fish would see would be the equivalent of what we see with the UFO. You'd see an oval sort of shape at the bottom of the boat as it goes past at an incredible speed, doing things a fish can't do. We're seeing boundary effects between domains, and what more evidence of that is the fact that a lot of the UFO contacts, there were some psychiatrists who studied UFO experiencers, John Mack and Bud Hopkins, who recorded hundreds and hundreds of cases of where one-on-one they study these experiencers, and ask them questions about what they'd experienced and how it affected them and what they were feeling and what they saw and so forth. Those experiences play out in the same clusters of elements that the words I was talking about, the cosmological words, play out in. So I'll give you an example. A woman steps out onto her front porch and she notices 3 gray aliens there who don't know that she's there. And then suddenly they notice her and they turn to quickly leave. But instead of seeing 3 gray aliens leave, she sees 3 deer leave. Well, if you go to the Egyptian hieroglyphic dictionary, the word that means to depart in haste also means deer. Now, this happens again and again and again and again. I have pages and pages of references from these studies where what the person is reporting, having experienced, the feeling they're feeling, the image they see, the color they see the UFO change to while it rises or it departs or it comes closer, these are all shared clusters of meanings of a single phonetic value in the Egyptian hieroglyphic language. And that says to me that they've crossed this boundary between non-materiality and materiality. There's a dynamic coming across that boundary that the Dogon compared to a rainbow. It's white light producing a rainbow of colors. It's unity to multiplicity. It's like a single tone of music producing 7 tones in a musical scale. Anything that expresses itself in that dynamic of 1 to 7 or 8, there's a very good chance, in my estimation, that it crosses that boundary between non-materiality and materiality. And so the UFO effects that we see, from my point of view, are almost certainly the result of things crossing that boundary in ways that we don't understand.
Next AD. Man. Laird, you going in? Man, we're going to have the tea ceremony in a minute. Just keep on.
Next one, the Thunder Sound says, any thoughts on the golden masks and elephant tusks found in large burial pits recently found in China, 3,000 years old?
Elephants are important for a couple of different reasons. They're important symbols in a couple of different reasons, and they mean the same thing everywhere. So if we could get to the bottom of what the Chinese references were, I have every confidence they would tie out with the other elephant references. I know these go back to that Göbekli Tepe region. When I was studying the Dogon system of matter, one of the things they talk about is the formation of a material spiral of energy. But they also mention that on the non-material side, there's a corresponding spiral of energy. So there are really 2. And the material side is considered to be masculine. The non-material side is considered to be feminine. And there were other symbolism and words and so forth that associate with this Dogon spiral that connect again and again and again to the elephant god Ganesha in Hinduism. And so it occurred to me that if the Dogon have a concept of 2 spirals, male and female, that there should have been concepts way back in Hinduism and Buddhism of a female and a male Ganesha. And so I started looking for those, and I discovered that I couldn't find any reference in India really to it, not much of a reference in India to it. In China, I found references, but I discovered that they had been banned at 1100 AD. They had been banned from inclusion in any published work by an emperor in China. But they had survived in Shingon Buddhism in Japan. And so I turned up a list of specifications for how to create a little statuette to represent it symbolically. There were specific elements and aspects the statuette should have, a material it should be made out of, and how to represent the elephants in a particular kind of embrace, wearing particular kinds of clothes with particular headgear and so forth. And my wife found an existing statuette of that on eBay for like $35 and ordered it. It was ordered out of India. The site told us to allow 4 to 6 weeks for delivery, and we thought, well, that's okay. This is an inexpensive purchase. We can wait for it. Well, within 3 days, we had the package at our back door. Little set of hugging Ganeshas called Kanjitan.
Wow.
So in China, if they're talking about elephant tusks, they're referring to vectors of energy. If they're representing elephants, they're talking about these energies coming together. In Hinduism, Hinduism flatly says that sacred sites were deliberately placed in view of mountains that look like elephants. And the reason for that is most easily seen on Orkney Island. On Orkney Island, there are sites, standing stone sites, one called the Standing Stones of Stennis, that sits in direct view across the water of two elephant-shaped mountains with a gap in between the two of them. Looks like two elephant heads, but with a gap in between them. And the alignment is east to west. So every night they can watch the sun set behind those mountains. And based on where the sun sets, they can track the calendar, the agricultural calendar. At the equinox, the sun sets squarely between the two mountains. At the winter solstice, it sets just above the southmost mountain, and in the summer equinox over the northmost mountain. And that pattern is repeated again and again in sites. This is one of the patterns I saw at Lake Titicaca. It's situated in view of the rising sun between two elephant-shaped mountains on a place called the Island of the Sun. This is my symbolism. So in China, if they're talking about elephants, if they're talking about tusks, especially because we know that the Chinese hieroglyphs were formulated the same way the Egyptian hieroglyphs were, there's every reason to think that it's all the same symbolism. The problem in China is that what happened at around 3000 BC didn't get written down until around 300 BC. And so all the academics are fighting with each other constantly over, well, oh, it meant this, oh, no, it meant that. And there's no way to tell with that big of a gap in the, between when it was witnessed and when it was written down.
All right. We got one here. Jedi Knight, did the soul enter the fetus on the 72nd day? On the 72 days?
I don't think that the Dogon actually specify a date when the soul enters the fetus. For the Dogon, the Dogon consider the first trimester of life to be what they call vegetative life. They compare it to the growing of a lima bean.
Okay.
That in terms of actual conception, there are energetics that create a spark at the time of fertilization, just as science knows that's true. But the Dogon don't consider it to be sort of endowed life until you get past that first trimester. That's just their perspective. I'm sure other ancient cultures saw it different ways. But I don't have a 72-day reference for the Dogon for that.
All right. Kind Heart says, "Love you."
Shout out to Kind Hearts. Shout out to Kind Hearts. Oh man! Shout out to Carol Black. Shout out to Fourth Disciple. Shout out to the whole family. And check out Kind Heart Works. They're doing a lot of good things out there.
Yeah, Kind Heart says, "Love you, Laird Scranton," and thank you, KP, for not forgetting about this legend.
No doubt.
D8 says, "Are you saying we only see the three-dimensional aspect of the alien because it from an extra dimension?"
Yes, that in terms of UFOs, some of the effects we're seeing with the legitimate UFOs look to me like they're because it's a flatland type view that we're seeing. We're only seeing, we're not seeing the full picture. We're only seeing, as you say, the lacking one-dimensional view of the thing. But there's also, the incarnated aspects of the UFOs, the gray aliens and other sorts of alien types that have been described that are ostensibly abducting people and levitating them out of their beds and returning them later and taking them onto their vessels and so forth. The Dogon are saying that it's possible between these domains at certain periods of times or with certain energetics to incarnate across that boundary, to take material form across that boundary, which I compare to, water forming into ice.
Yeah.
As if someone were saying that, well, you don't have to drop the temperature to 32 degrees to create ice. There might be a way to create ice another way that at normal room temperatures, let's say. So some of the effects look dimensional to me. Some of the effects look like they're cross-boundary actions.
Shout out to Seth. Go ahead, AD.
Seth Barfield for $100 says, "Do you believe or do you know?"
That's from the song.
That's right.
Wing People.
That's right.
Shout out to Seth, man.
Shout out to Seth, man. Good looking out.
Man, that just took. I had a question, man. It's gonna come back. From the unmaterial to the material, like you said when you was talking about water. Just to add on to what you were saying, as far as the sun heating up the lake and the water going up, and something that's from the stars and falls on and rains, distills on top of us. So rain touches us. We know what, and take that. So that's from a universal thing that we made from stardust. So that's the immaterial messing with the material and coming down here and being material. Just to add on to what you were saying.
I can see that happening, that if there is, dust from a comet that's carrying biological organisms in it, that might have been one of the ways that the Earth was seeded with life. I think that's one of the leading scientific theories is that could be true.
Coming with it today. AD, well, someone asked, are we seeing just three-dimensional aspects of alien? Did we read that one already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. Man, the way that this is all linking up is incredible. Those books behind you, you wrote, did you write each one of them, or did you,
I'm trying to keep up with how fast my wife and I buy books. When we first got together, you could buy a beautiful old leather-bound book for less than a brand new paperback.
Right.
And so, even when we were making almost no money whatsoever, the top item in our budget was being spent on old books.
Right. Shout out to Shaka Atmos, because we was up there. He said, well, wealth is spending it on your books. And the most of the stuff that you want to spend your money on is your books. I say books and health too, right? You want to get back into your health. And
right.
This is a great subject, man. You're going in. Tell us more about the Dogons that we probably don't know.
Okay. I had talked earlier about a book where the book came out of a question that somebody from Australia had emailed me. They wanted to know if I thought there had been, that we were seeing ancient Egyptian influences on Orkney Island at 3200 BC at a village called Skara Brae. Now, I didn't know the first thing about Northern Scotland or Skara Brae at the time the question was asked, but I had learned to follow up sincerely with questions like that, because it almost always produces something that's beneficial to me.
Right.
So I approached that subject thinking, well, what I'm looking at here are, I'm trying to decide if they were Egyptian influences, but it seemed a little early for me because dynastic Egypt didn't begin until sometime after 3000 BC, and this was at least 3200 BC. It didn't seem to me that Egypt would have had the ability to mount an expedition all the way to Scotland and be putting up megalithic stoneworks and so forth on Scotland. But that was my perspective. I was seeing Egyptian influences on Orkney. So when I dug into it, Orkney has very little in the way of artifacts compared to Egypt. In Egypt, you can hardly walk down the street without tripping over a clay pot or something, a statue or whatever. There are artifacts everywhere. On Orkney, you have very little to work from. One of the things you have to work from is architecture. All of the original houses, little stone houses, there were 8 of them in this first farming village in the United Kingdom called Skara Brae. All of the houses were built to a single plan, and it was an odd plan. The researchers there don't know where it came from. It has a round sort of beehive-shaped room on one end, and a square room in the middle, and 2 rectangular rooms on the side, and a rectangular entryway at the bottom. They were all built that way. So just out of desperation, I double-checked to see, well, I wonder if the Dogon build houses to that plan. It turns out when they build a stone house, they do to almost exactly that plan. And the reason they build it to that plan is because it's symbolic. The house plan represents the body of a sleeping woman or a sleeping goddess. The round room is her head. The side rooms are her arms. The center room is her body cavity, and the entryway are her sexual parts. So I thought this is very interesting that because whoever implemented that plan on Orkney included a hearth. They added a hearth in the center of the house that sits right where a person's heart would be. So they knew enough to be consistent with the symbolism of the plan they were putting together. And it wasn't until later that I figured out that I had it completely backwards. That wasn't the case at all. I was seeing Orkney influences reflected back on Egypt a couple of hundred years later. That the Orkney people didn't add the house. The Dogon, when they took it to Africa where it was hotter, didn't need a hearth in the house, so they took the hearth out. So the first reports on Orkney come out of Scandinavia, and they found two groups living side by side on the island. One was a group of pygmies, very short-statured people of very strange habits, who they described as being like wizards, and a group of average-sized clerics who always wore white like the Dogon do, and who were so different from the Scandinavians as to constitute a different race. Other descriptions about Orkney tie in a lot of different ways to what the Dogon describe as the site where they received instruction in ancient times. It looks to me as if the Dogon were the clerics, and the short-statured people were the mythical teachers of the Dogon. The Dogon called them the Pneumo. Well, in ancient Egypt, the word for pygmy is Nema. And in Egypt, nobody knows for sure what the vowel sounds were, so it might have been Pneumo. Or the Dogon might have changed their pronunciation over time. But the Egyptian hieroglyphs even actually give us a picture of the short-statured pygmy. And these pygmies are found all over the world in connection with these ancient cultures that have the tradition I'm pursuing. So you find them on the island of Delos in the Aegean Sea, reports of pygmies, and even pictures of them on coins and so forth. You find them in the Americas with the Native American tribes. The various Native American tribes are associated with groups of pygmies. So it looks to me as if the Dogon tradition is connected with, eventually was connected with the instruction, and the instruction went everywhere. They've done DNA studies. It looks like, according to the Dogon plan, groups were brought to the island and instructed there, and then sent back to where they came from. And the reason they did that is because the Dogons say their non-material teachers were terrified at the effects of long contact between themselves and people like us of flesh and blood. And so to minimize that, they would bring groups of 8 to be instructed at once and then send those 8 back to instruct everybody else, which is the dynamic that Jung describes, all these different ancient cultures talking about the 8 mythical teachers or 8 mythical emperors who were the bringers of civilizing skills, 8 mythical ancestors. The Dogon have family lineages that compare to Judaism. They have a family lineage called the Lebe, who are like the Levites in Judaism. And they have a priestly class called the Hogan, who compare to the Kohen in the Judaic tradition. So besides having words that directly compare to the Hebrew words, the Dogon word for the mythical character who's responsible for setting off the processes of creation, initiating them, is called Amma. And Amma, the word Amma can also mean to grasp or to hold firm or to establish. These are clusters of meanings. Amma's role in the Dogon culture compares to the role of Amen in Egypt. They hold comparable places in terms of the set of other characters. They perform comparable actions. They the name of Amen in Egypt also means to grasp or to hold firm or to establish. And I read an article back a few years ago. A Hebrew scholar was arguing that the Hebrew word Amen that you find at the end of a Hebrew prayer could not relate to the Egyptian god Amen because it comes from a Hebrew word, the root that means to establish. And I thought, well, this researcher just shot themselves in the foot, because to establish is one of the correct meanings for the word Amen and for Amma. So he's just proved that they do connect, that they don't. So works like that. The Dogon influences are, Dogon tell us a lot about things. The Dogon placed large stones on a plateau to represent stars that are important in their cosmology, including the belt stars of Orion. And they say that the reason that they do the Orion placements is because they're trying to point us to an astronomical structure near Orion that they call the Chariot of Orion. Well, we look up there and we see the constellation of Orion. The French anthropologists presume they were talking about the entire constellation. But I was trying to track back through Dogon myths where that story came from. And it relates to actions of a character who represents light and whose motions relate to the concept of a cubit. And I discovered the Egyptian word for a cubit, akumeh, means light measure. And so then I thought, well, how is it that we know how big an Egyptian cubit was? Well, we figured that out. They inferred it from the dimensions of the Great Pyramid, the pyramid behind you, that it measures 440 cubits per side of its base and 280 cubits high. So again, I didn't have very much material to go on. I went to Google and I typed in 440, 280 Orion and initiated a search, and it turned up references to a spiraling birthplace of stars called called the Barnard's Loop. And Barnard's Loop is so very faint that you can't see it, but it centers on the belt stars of Orion. It's the spiraling birthplace that our sun came out of and that Sirius may have come out of. And it measures 440 light years by 280 light years. So the Dogon culture was able to demonstrate to me that the pyramids in Egypt were meant to represent Orion's belt because the dimensions of the Great Pyramid are a match for that structure they're trying to point us to. The reason they were trying to point us to that structure, Barnard's Loop, is because that spiral that we can see in the macrocosm above us has all the same attributes and descriptions and definitions as the tiny spiral of matter that the Dogon describe at every point in space and time. In other words, it's a way of illustrating that the processes that happen at the microcosmic level are a match for the processes that happen on the macrocosmic level. It's as above, so below, only they're illustrating it for us. Nice. And so there are any number of cases where we have examples like that, where some structure that we can see out in the universe near us, in the solar system near us, recreates a dynamic of energy that the Dogon are saying is going on at the atomic level or the quantum level or the pre-quantum level, at the energetic level. And it's these comparisons back and forth is how we learn things. Their teachers were very adept at finding the simplest approach for describing something. For example, if they wanted to teach us if we knew what a horse was, but we didn't know what a zebra was, they could get us 90% of the way to knowing what a zebra was by saying, it's just like a horse, only it has white and black stripes. The Dogon would use metaphors as a shortcut to instructing a person about a concept. They would also use opposites as a way of shortcutting that, so that if I know what hot is, it's pretty easy to describe to me what cold is. It's the opposite of hot. There are all sorts of these different techniques. I wrote a book called Primal Wisdom of the Ancients that focuses on all these insightful instructional techniques that the Dogons the teachers of the Dogon were using, and that the Dogon preserve when they're teaching initiates, that demonstrate the hand of a very capable teacher, a very capable set of teachers who knew just what they were doing. They knew how to use mnemonics, memory devices, to help preserve knowledge over long periods of time. If I stopped a person on the street and said to them today, what do you suppose an owl represents as a symbol? It's pretty likely they'd tell me that they think it represents knowledge. Mm-hmm. And I'll say to them, that's 5,000-year-old symbolism that no one ever taught to you, but is so persistent that you understand it, having never studied it. You understand that an owl represents the concept of knowledge. Mm-hmm. Mm. It's the same with all these other symbols they use. Someone was a master at using intuition to assign meaning to a shape or to an object. Mm-hmm. And the Dogon are the ones who preserve all that.
It's funny, Disney will reinforce it too when it shows an owl as a professor.
Right, that's right.
Wearing
there
glasses.
are certainly references to it in our society that we pick it up from. We don't just pick it up out of thin air. Mm-hmm. A kid figures it out over time, but it's all passive at this point. But the symbolism has survived. It's so persistent that 5,000 years later, this symbol that someone assigned, probably at 9,000 BC, still carries its meaning today without anybody doing a thing, really.
And it's also Moloch, also, right, as a deity.
Right.
That's worshipped with the Bohemians and all that.
Right. Now, in Samkhya, in the estimation of Samkhya and of the Dogon, there technically really isn't a concept of deity. In Buddhism, the term deity derives from a word that refers to the aspect of the system that never changes. And there's an authority on Buddhism named Adrian Snodgrass, who comes out of the University of West Sydney, Australia, who is my go-to person for Buddhist symbolism. And he says that this concept that has produced our word deity was really meant to refer to essentially what the Vesica Pisces shape is, the almond shape of the Vesica Pisces. It represents a gateway between energetic domains where energy is sort of configured before it moves on. And it's a structure that, even though all the rest of it fluctuates and changes, that structure doesn't. Mm-hmm. Samkhya spawned traditions in India that are theistic, but Samkhya itself is non-theistic. Samkhya treats this stuff as science. The Dogon treat it as science. Part of the point of my book, Amma and the Spark of the Universe, was to explore whether there was a path for the Dogon symbolism that could get us all the way from a root domain of just pure energy to an atom without necessarily invoking the concept of a deity. Is there, simply looking at science, are there dynamics of energy that automatically get us from one point to the other point? And from my point of view, there is. Now, that's not to say that there aren't higher forms of consciousness, because Hinduism and other traditions say there absolutely are. But Samkhya doesn't treat that, Kabbalism doesn't treat that, the Dogon don't treat that as a deified concept. They treat it as another form of consciousness. In Kabbalism, it's referred to as the primordial individual. Sir Wallace Budge, who compiled the Egyptian Hieroglyphic Dictionary, includes an entry for that concept with the phonetic value Sa, S-A-H. But as I said, the sounds of Egyptian glyphs are not definite. We don't know for sure what the pronunciation was. But in terms of the syllables of the cosmology, just as Sirius is an icon for non-materiality, the phonetic value S-I-C is a phonetic for non-materiality. And Ra, which goes with the Egyptian sun glyph, which is an icon for materiality, becomes the phonetic value for materiality. So if you're going to describe a consciousness that is formed when non-materiality comes together with materiality, the proper name for it would be Sira, S-I-R-A or S-I-R-A-H.
Interesting.
This is what I mean by the idea that words, ancient words, original word forms tell us things. If you can get back to the original term for anything in these ancient traditions, you can understand from the term all by itself what was trying to be symbolized.
Shout
You
out.
don't have to get.
Sorry, breaking your wisdom. Shout out to Brother Sanchez. I see him in the building. We got some questions.
Yeah, we got a super chat here from the Thunder Sound. Any thoughts on CERN/artificial Chinese sun moon technology as it relates to your research and symbolism?
Only sort of peripherally. Because the energetics are parallel, what we see going on at a macrocosmic level in relationship to us is what somebody at an energetic level would see happening at the quantum level. In other words, okay, scientists talk about the collapse of the wave function. The matter begins as waves, and that suddenly, as soon as we do anything to perceive that wave or detect the wave function collapses, and suddenly we have a particle. For me, that collapse of wave function is a function of a change in time frame, a slowing of time frame. But from the perspective of the wave, that collapse of the wave function is to the wave what a black hole is to us. And with a black hole, they scientists define a dramatic slowing of time that occurs as you approach closer and closer to the black hole. So the CERN technology, which has the potential to produce effects like a black hole, it also has the potential to identify primordial particles we don't know about. These are all part of the same dynamics and the same function, that we can really learn as much by carefully exploring the things that are conceptually above us that are easier to look at than to try to measure things that are so small that we can't really properly measure them. If you get down below a certain point, it ends up being like trying to measure millimeters with a yardstick. Everything looks random because you don't have a fine enough tool to measure it properly, to predict where a particle is going to pop up or whatever. We don't have the tools at our disposal to be able to do this. Now, if you imagine in ancient times that there were influences on the non-material side that were affecting things on the material side, let's imagine it involved the cutting and movements of stones. At a certain point in the process, when the time frame on the non-material side was ultra quick compared to ours, it could be that the smallest unit of stone they could cut was 700 tons from that side, because they didn't have a tool small enough, refined enough to cut something smaller. And so the oldest megalithic structures that we see constructed use these mammoth stones. My friend Robert Boval says the only reason an engineer would build with 700-ton stones is because it's easier in some way for him to do that than not to. My friend, the late John Anthony West, said that, well, that might not be completely true, that there are aesthetic effects produced when you're in the presence of a 700-ton block of stone that aren't produced if you were in the presence of the same number of bricks. So I think that the CERN dynamics and all of the work that's being done at the quantum level is hampered by the fact that, primarily from my point of view, because of the pace of time that we exist in, there's a Planck length, there's a minimum length that we can measure, and beyond that we can't measure it. And so science believes everything below that is in quantum units of that size. I don't. I believe that it continues on down to smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller bits, but to be able to measure it, you need to do it from a perspective of a quicker time frame than we're in.
All right.
So scientists look out into the universe and they're puzzled because it looks like our universe is expanding at an increasing rate, that it's getting faster and faster and faster. And so they're postulating that there's got to be some kind of dark energy that's pushing it faster and faster and faster. From the Dogon perspective, that's not at all true. What the true case is that our time frame has been progressively slowing down. And so when we look out into the distance, we see the effect of that. We see that it looks as if the farther out we go, the faster things are expanding, when what we're really seeing is the farther out we go, the further back in time we're looking, and that to an era when time was processing quicker than it is now.
What's that?
Einstein says that if you increase mass, you slow time frame. Well, during the same period of time that it took our universe to double in volume, the ratio of mass to energy also doubled. We have a 1-to-1 correspondence between the formation of mass and the apparent expansion of the universe. The Dogon or the Egyptians have a concept of Ma'at that is a complicated concept. Some people think it refers to a concept of justice. Some think it refers to concepts of truth. There are many different perspectives on what Ma'at means, but the glyphs that the word's written.
I think we lost your audio.
The voice is gone. Bring him back with the voice.
That wasn't me. Laird, I think we lost your audio. I don't know how.
Double the size of everything.
There you go. You're back now.
Including you. When you woke up in the morning, you would have no way of knowing that they'd done that because all of the relative sizes would be the same. It would look to you as if everything was fine when objectively someone had just doubled the size of everything. The Egyptians are telling us and the Dogon are telling us that before we try to figure anything out, we need to realize that the yardsticks we're using to measure things are not fixed yardsticks. That time, the essential thing that's changing is that the pace of time is progressively slowing down. And as it slows down, light extends out further, so it looks to us as if space is expanding when it hasn't really. You get down to the quantum level, where time runs 10,000 times more quickly than it does for us. They've actually measured that. Scientists measured the interactions between two electrons unentangled and the same interactions entangled and discovered that the entangled ones occur 10,000 times more quickly than unentangled. The Dogon and the Egyptians are telling me that the quantum domain exists in a time frame that's 10,000 times quicker than ours. Now, if you speed up time enough, it looks like everything is one thing. We are connected over an internet link that makes it effectively as if we're in the same place. It happens so quickly that distance no longer matters. And that's what happens with quantum entanglement, is that only because time, the pace of time is running so much more quickly, it looks to us as if these two particles that are separate particles for us in our slow time frame are behaving as if they're one particle when you speed up the time so much that we can't tell the difference.
Yo, we got a couple of questions.
Yeah, we got another one from, we have the one and only Ricky Martin in our, watching right now.
The singer?
Maybe. He says, can you speak to the Dogon understanding the basic fundamental elements, them saying it's 200 plus? It's Rick from FB, RIP
Yes.
to our friend Johnny Anthony West.
Ricky, can't you see?
Stephen Hawking says that as we're talking about how atoms and electrons and so forth form, that there are more than 200 fundamental particles that make up these things. He knows there are more than 200. He doesn't know how many more. The Dogon say there are 266. They're very specific. The Dogon are not speaking theoretically. They're speaking factually. They're speaking from knowledge, as if this isn't what we think is going on. This is what's going on. The Dogon classify those particles the same way science does. Science groups them into four categories based on a property called spin. And spin really refers to what the particle looks like, what the symmetry of the particle is when you rotate it. So you have
certain particles that are like a rubber ball that no matter how you rotate it, it's going to look the same from all sides. That has a spin of 0. There are other particles that are like a double pointed arrow, that if you flip it over halfway, it looks the same as it did before. So that has a spin of 1. There's a third kind of particle that is like a single pointed arrow that has to be turned all the way around to look the same. But there's a fourth category of particle that is very odd because it has to be turned around twice in order to look the same. Those are called half spin particles. Half spin particles are what make up electrons and protons and a number of other key elements of matter. There are a number of rationales scientifically for how that could be, that you have to turn it around twice to look the same. But it looks to me as if the reason from the Dogon perspective is that the particle actually passes in across the boundary into that non-material domain, so that when we're rotating, when it looks like we've rotated it once, all we've really done is shifted half of it into the non-material domain and the other half out. And then when we shift it the second time, we turn it back to where it was originally, and now it looks the same.
No doubt.
Okay.
So those particles are very, very important, because it looks when you form a hydrogen atom, that you have particles that are, you're talking about protons and neutrons and electrons that that sit at that boundary energetically between energy and between matter. It looks to me from the Dogon system, okay, one of the questions is, why is it in a hydrogen atom that when there's an input of energy, the electron moves out a distance? That's always, on average, it's a fixed distance. From the Dogon perspective, the reason that happens is because when you input energy, you increase resistance and resonance, we know from music, finds even notes. It resonates in even tones. And so you move the electron out a certain distance because that's where the even tone is. Now, it looks like the space of the hydrogen atom has maybe doubled in size because the electron moved out. But from the Dogon perspective, that's not what's really going on. What's going on from the Dogon perspective is that when you input that energy and you increase the resistance to the mass, you're also slowing the time frame. But when you slow the time frame, you essentially magnify our view of the thing. And so what we're seeing is space that hasn't really changed in size, but looks to us like it has, because we're now seeing a magnified view of the thing because the time frame changed. Perception is the foundation of measure. Words for magnify in these ancient languages very often tie together with words that mean to extend. So it's theoretically possible from the Dogon point of view that the entire system rests on a circle of energy that's 9 light meters in diameter at one end of an energetic spectrum, that moves ultimately to the far end of the energetic spectrum in the shape of a square that measures 8 light years per side. That from the Dogon perspective, what's happening is that all the energy begins as, there's a concept called superconductivity in energy. Superconductivity is a state where magnetic flux has been reduced so much that it doesn't impact the electricity anymore. Electricity can now flow freely without any resistance because the magnetism has been so shoved down that it's now effectively dormant. There's a reverse of that concept called superinsulation, where the magnetic flux is unimpeded and the electricity has been shoved down to the point where it's dormant. Those are the two ends of the spectrum of the energy of the universe, according to the Dogon. That things begin with superinsulation, where it's purely magnetism, and it ends with the midpoint is the point where you have a superconductive domain where it's all electricity and no magnetism. And then as you move back towards the original state is where you're producing materialism. You're moving from a superconductive domain
back towards a super insulating domain. And all you're doing in that process is you're flipping the orientation of magnets. There's a game called Mahjong where you play it with ivory tiles, and there are pictures on one side of the tile, and the back of the tile is blank ivory. And you start the game with all the tiles face down, and through the course of the game, you turn the tiles over and use them to play the game. And then by the end of the game, they're all face up. That's what's going on with energy. The magnetism has two poles, north and south, that are all aligned a particular way at the beginning. And then every time the circuit of energy in that domain is disrupted, you flip the poles of a bit of magnetism in there, which causes a rotation to happen and sets off a chain reaction that produces what looks like a particle to us. And that magnetism, because it's aligned opposite to the rest of the domain, gets ejected from the domain, and you automatically self-evoke a second domain that's the material domain. And then over time, as more and more of that magnetism moves to the material side, the magnetism gets so crowded that it can no longer flip. And when that happens, it ends up reverting back to the super insulating domain, which is where things started. It's the same dynamic that happens with oscillating energy. It's the same dynamic that happens with rotating energy. And it's a perpetual system. At the level of superconductivity, you could have a perpetual flow of electricity without doing anything to it. You don't have to add energy to it to keep the electricity flowing. And even the slightest disruption to that domain will create a spark that sets off the chain reaction. There are also random sparks that the domain itself over time evokes a level of resistance that creates a random spark. So this is a self-evoking system. It can start as purely magnetism and self-produce all the structures we see materially in a perpetual cycle that goes around sort of like the cycle of the year.
Yo, that's incredible. Go ahead.
We got another question here. What is the symbolism of the chief architect of King Solomon's temple? Shout out to DHNJ, $20.
Then we're going to jump off into the T. Go ahead.
That symbolism is a little late for me. Anything that is biblical is about 3,000 years late in comparison to the main focus of the work that I'm doing. And so I don't have good perspective on a lot of that because it doesn't have bearing on the ideas I'm trying to explain to myself. So it's clear to me that at year zero, I can see that there were people who were on top of the system that I'm researching because they use certain symbols in the right way and certain references in the right way. But it's too late in the process for me to be able to draw inferences from. So I don't really have a perspective on anything that happened in the King Solomon era.
Okay. All right. Mr. Laird, he going in. Man, what are you drinking today?
I'm just drinking coffee right now. I mean,
hey, that's good. We're about to have the tea ceremony. I'm let AD, what you drinking?
Mocha latte.
All right. We'll call Mint Cap and Rasul to the board of we're about to have the tea ceremony. So we'll spread it out. I can't drink all this tea, man. For real. And we do this, continue building, free feel. I'm already a little tea. I get a little drunk off this tea.
Tea faded. Matcha, gotcha.
Yeah, exactly, man. So we're gonna let you do the toast since you coming in. I mean, you can. The chat room is really loving you right now. They loving the build. Everybody's loving it. So come on in, Cap. You want to do the toast?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah.
Well, I was saying to my my Facebook followers today that there's nothing in my upbringing that properly prepared me for coming here tonight to speak to you all.
Oh, beautiful.
But that I was really looking forward to it because I knew I was going to learn as much as I was going to say. But if there's anyone that we could say was involved in a quest for the universe, it's the Dogon who are those ones. And so my job is to test that. I'm the test of life for their quest for the universe.
Hey, cheers.
That's beautiful. We need a long version of that joint.
Yeah.
Dogon. Oh man. What was the name of the Buddha study?
Okay, it's called the most useful book is called The Symbolism of the Stupa, Stupa. A stupa is an aligned shrine that the Buddhists build. That compares to a Dogon shrine called a granary. The Dogon shrine, for my purposes, is the earlier and the more complete form. Anytime you're dealing with original forms, symbolic forms, there is cross confirmation of meaning, so that you know you're dealing with an original form. So the Dogon granary shrine begins with a circular base that measures 10 cubits in diameter, and it rises to a square roof that measures 8 cubits per side. So if you use an abbreviated version of pi, you end up with 64 square units in the roof, and you end up with a circumference of 64 units in the base. So you have cross confirmation with those numbers that you have an original form, that nobody messed with this form. The myths work that way too. There's cross confirmation of meaning, that most ancient myths in original form are using those clusters of meanings I talked about, that the key events and people's names and actions that happen in the myth all pertain to a single phonetic value in the ancient languages I work with. And so you can use that phonetic value to validate that you're looking at what's probably an original form, because nobody messed with. If they had translated the myth into a different language, those relationships would no longer hold true.
No doubt. Brother Sanchez in the building got a question.
Oh yeah, we got somebody challenging your views here.
Okay.
We got Bro Sanchez. He says, tune into my channel tomorrow to get the truth about the Dogon's cosmology. Bro Sanchez, I sent you the link. Priest said,
What?
Priest gave the authorization. If you check your email, Panther says, the Dogon stipulates the blacks come from Sirius C, aka Emma Yah. Why do we always have to have Western scientists' approval on Sirius C?
Okay, well, Emma Yah is the name of one of the Sirius stars, and the French anthropologists say that one of the anthropologists developed the Dogon dictionary. The other one wrote other ones wrote the anthropological study. Even the French anthropologists themselves understood that through the initiation process of learning about the tradition, that things are misrepresented, sometimes intentionally misrepresented at first, and then less misrepresented as the initiate moves along. And so if you look at early articles from the anthropologists, you can see that they got certain things wrong originally. They were in the ballpark of what a thing meant, but by the time they got to their finished study, they contradicted themselves and said, no, that's not what it really meant. It really meant this. So I can't disagree with someone else having a different perspective on what the Dogon cosmology means. But the reason I prefer my way of looking at it is because so many of the words and symbols and myths expressly confirm the view of it in a dozen different ways. And so, and not only that, the cultures that are not Dogon, who have the same symbolic element, also are in agreement about what the meaning is. And so when you have that kind of a configuration, when you have that many points of cross-reference on a thing, it's very hard to see how the interpretation couldn't be right, because first off, the interpretation didn't begin with me, it began with one of the cultures.
and the other ancient cultures that were their contemporaries agreed that's what it meant. And you've got Egyptian words written with symbols that support it, and you've got Dogon phonetics that support it, and you've got Sanskrit words that support it, and so forth. You've got so many different levels of cross-check on it that it's very hard to imagine that major perspectives on it aren't right. Now, that doesn't mean that they can't be. My friend John Anthony West, I remember a situation where there's a symbol on the Göbekli Tepe pillars that looks, it's referred to as a handbag. It combines a semicircle on top with a square on bottom. And there are actually three of those side by side. And from one perspective, those represent three domes, which in places like Iraq represented the concept of a sanctuary. And so my friend John Anthony West was insisting that those symbols represented the concept of a house. And I knew from my sources that it represented the concept of a sanctuary. But I also respected his method as a researcher, and I knew that he didn't put forward an interpretation without really good reason. So I presumed that there must be an umbrella view that incorporated both of those perspectives, that there had to be a legitimate perspective from which he was right, that and a second perspective from which I was right, that maybe under the same umbrella both were right. And so I invested my time into digging into that until I came up with it and realized that Egyptian words for sanctuary are also Egyptian words for house. Other references that confirmed it. So that's the sort of approach I try to take to alternate interpretations of the material I work with. Is it sort of works like, if you remember the old board game Clue, Colonel Mustard in the library with the candlestick. The way that game works, you have a picture of rooms and play and characters and weapons in your hand, and the correct solution to the mystery is 3 cards have been removed and put into a folder that nobody touches. So if the person next to me says it was Colonel Mustard in the library with a candlestick, and I have the candlestick card in my hand, I can pull it out of my hand and show it to the person and say, no, that can't possibly be right. I have the candlestick card. It can't be that. So with interpretations, I'm that way. If there's an objective reason that's so intuitive that the other perspective can't be right, I'll respond with that. I'll say, no, here's the reason why I know that can't be true. But if I don't, then all interpretations are equal. Each person is free to pursue the perspective on it that they prefer, but they need to be able to justify it in ways that hold up to scrutiny. And so
you got Bro Sanchez.
I don't have any problem with somebody who sees these things a different way. I've done what I can do to objectively justify the way I look at it.
No doubt. Brother Sanchez, what's good with you?
Let him in?
Huh?
I'm letting him in now.
Yeah. See where this go. See where this go. Are you okay with him coming in, Laird? Laird?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Are you good? Okay. All right. I think he got some
Whatever
questions.
you want to do is good for me.
Yeah. Okay. I think he got some questions about the Dogon. Comes on the show. What's up, Brother Sanchez? Are you in?
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me, KP, as always. Salutes to you and the panel, and salutes to the teacher here, Laird. I'm not gonna come on trying to halt the show or anything of that nature. Let me start. Oh, you asking to start the video? No problem.
There you go.
Again, I don't want to come. I want people to hear all sides. I basically want to let Laird know that I followed his work in my early YouTube career all the way up to this point. And I'm a fan of some of it to a certain degree, but I'm actually I stand in opposition to some of his interpretations surrounding the Kananga and the goddess Amma. I don't really want to go into a lot of words on what I teach here because this is his show. What I will say is that I see he's willing to speak to people who disagree with him. So I'm willing to go publicly live on my channel tomorrow to apologize for any disrespectful words in my, feelings that I may have said, because I think that is very much some worthy of respect that he'll allow himself to for questioning stuff. And with that being said, I would wonder if there may be something we can set up in the future where we can exchange where I disagreed with him, because honestly, I built a lot of my career off of going against some of what he teach about the Dogon symbolism, and just having the opportunity to speak to him make me feel different. So I think that he's very humble. He's very open to be challenged. And I want to just salute him and say, I have been critical of your work, but I am very much so respecting you so much for the opportunity, you know, to speak with you and all of that. So I just want to start there. And one thing that I disagree with about, yeah.
Go ahead. I know you give it. No, people thought this is flowers. Go ahead. Yeah.
Most definitely. One thing I wanted to bring up about the Dogon's teaching is that my research showing me that the Dogon goddess Amma was a goddess that was worshipped worldwide. It wasn't just a Dogon. She became a symbol that they call a Gembuta today. I know you're probably familiar with that. The Dogon didn't see the Kananga as Sirius star system. According to the research, what led me is that the Kananga was their way of basically writing an hourglass. And I have a screen share. I don't know if I can screen share though with all of this. I can be brief.
Yeah, screen share, bro. Screen share. That's what we do here.
If I can interrupt for just a second, I'm in complete agreement with that. For me, the Kananga represents, it's, okay, the Hinduism has a rounded version of that called the Vajra. And what it represents for me are three energetic equivalents to dimensionality that come together with three linear dimensions materially. And they do that in the dynamic of an hourglass. So I'm completely on board with you that the symbolism of an hourglass applies. I also agree that this is an ancient system that was taught to many different cultures all at once, and presumably was taught in the same form to all the cultures. So if Amma is an original form that the Dogon are preserving, then they might all have been taught Amma. But over time, things change in cultures. Part of the reason the Dogon are important is because they've done an OCD level job of trying to keep things straight. But some of the other cultures didn't. And so it might well be that Amma was everywhere. It might have been taught to all of them.
Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to show, that what we're calling the goddess Amma, it was a universal thing, not just the Dogon taught about it. Here she is all over the world. Can you see my screen share, guys?
Yeah. Right. Those are the equivalent of the bottom center one is the equivalent of the Kananga almost.
Yeah, that's what I was. And see what we see here is the sun and moon revolving around this goddess, because she symbolized the North Pole to the Dogon, who were flat earthers. And they talked about the four corners of the earth, which became her two arms and two legs, which the sun and moon are going around there. And this is another version of her with in the middle of the four corners of the flat earth. I'm not saying the earth is flat around. I'm saying that the Dogon conceived it as all of the elements being born from a center of the circle, with the deity that created these elements being the womb, divine womb of creation. And they said that the universe was not created, it was born, it was conceived, it was birthed from this goddess called Amma, and that all the energy of our universe, the compasses point to it in the center of it. They said there's only one pole, and this goddess represented before it became turned into Brahma, which is what the Namo story is about. Here is Amma on the left, here is Brahma on the right, and to the right of that, we see what the Dogon was talking about, a goddess portal. But it was later turned into Sirius, which is Osiris, and Brahmanism. And see, this is going pre-dynastic time here. Now, I'm willing to accept any criticism. I just want you to see what I was opposing your information with, so that we can be respectful, so that you can criticize my stuff, how I was doing with yours, so we could be fair. Here is an ancient conception of the ether with the flat earth in it before it became a fish god called the Nomo, which I'll show you here. This conception of the universe, you may not agree with it, you may agree with it, but the thing that we want to point out is what these symbols originally meant before they were translated in other ways. So I'll show you the deity that represent this image here today and how it became Osiris. Yeah.
Give me 1 second. Laird, do you agree with this?
Yes and no. I'll try to explain how I do agree with it. The figure we're seeing right now on the screen is very close to the geometry that the Buddhists use to align a ritual shrine. Islam uses it. The Dogon use it. Any number of the Chinese used it. Okay. I wish I had the image here to be able to show you what it is. That geometry is the first lesson taught to a Buddhist initiate. They are required to memorize it. These days they draw it out in sand on a terrace as a temporary drawing. But for the Dogon purposes, the geometry was laid out in a field using a stick and using paces to measure out cubits. It centers on two circles like these two that overlap with the shape of the Vesica Pisces in the center, which is considered to be a point that sits at every point in space-time. Every geometric point in space-time supposedly is one of those overlaps between these two domains.
Mm-hmm.
Now, that figure sits just above a figure in the Buddhist geometry that corresponds to the Dogon pneumofish diagram. They're both figures derived from the same geometry. That almond shape, the Vesica Pisces shape, is also, for me, a representation of the entire energetic dynamic that I was talking about, from super insulation to superconductivity back to super insulation.
Yeah, I was hearing it. Yeah, and see, when you were going into that, I just call it electromagnetism. I think you was explaining the same thing I'm explaining in different words, which is something good that we can clarify at this time. I also think it's dope that you recognize what I have on the screen now, and that you don't like, because the thing about this, you saying the Vesica Pisces, the symbolism of the two fishes, it became the yin yang, but also became this god right here. He's called Dagon. And Dagon kind of sound like the word Dogon, but this is one of the gods that foundates like the world religious system, this fish god, kind of the Jesus concept as well. But what I was bringing up with all this is the true fish god is the energy at the center of the earth. In that the energy where all compasses is point to, it's a hyperboloid at the middle of the earth that the Dogon called Amma. And they said she was a fish goddess. But I'll show you the energy of that. Here is a Dogon architecture right here in the Dogon village. And on the wall, you have what we call the Ouroboros today, which is a snake that represents infinity. And to the right, you have the goddess Amma in a alligator form. And the thing about those two symbols is one represent the torus field we see here, and one represent the fish in the middle of it. When they said Jesus was a fisherman that captured the souls of man with his net, the Dogon teach that our souls recycle through this goddess. Through this goddess at the center of the earth, that the same magnetism that's pointing our compass north would attract our light body or our soul back to the center of the earth, where there's a black hole, light can't escape it. Here's another version of the Dogon interpretation of when they talk about the Amma's egg. This is what they draw out. This is what they show us. And I'm not saying that the earth is flat, but this right here looks a lot like what us flat earthers teach about the universe. And I'm gonna stop trying to say if the earth flat or not and just come from this kind of standpoint so that we can actually make progress, because it ain't really about the shape of the earth more so what I'm trying to show here.
Well, let's let him know. He's Sanchez. Do you know? Well, he's a flat earther. So
Okay.
I'm gonna let's let you know that.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Also, if you all respect Plato, a lot of people refer to Plato's work. Plato was a flat earther. His Atlantis was built on his conception of the universe, which is how I conceive it too. I'm not alone with being a flat earther. A lot of great men who are respected were flat earthers. And it is not really I'm a flat earther or not, it's what the Dogon taught. You don't have to agree with what they taught to acknowledge that at some point the ancestors spoke about the flat earth before we knew anything about a globe. I'm just giving you the antique history and the way they would have taught it, whether you believe it's flat or not. I'm giving you a history class on what the ancestors, how they conceived the universe. We brought up the Hindu interpretation, which is also flat earth. Here is the Dogon drawing out the universe in their own artwork right here. And what they're saying is our universe is basically a ripple effect. All cultures talked about it. You brought up Hindu. Here go the Hindu versions right here. It became the swastika. What we see on the left is one of the greatest map makers of all time. He said, this is what we'll see at the North Pole, a dark stone called Rupus nigra, where we get the word nigger from, black people or whatever, because it said that the pygmy are the ones that unlock these secrets, these black dwarf people. And when you look at the artwork, what happened is the Western world said that they were some elves at the North Pole in history. Instead of telling us how deep their knowledge was about electromagnetism, they just became some dwarfs in a North Pole sort of mythology. And it's because a lot of the anthropologists that go and make contact with these guys don't come back and tell us exactly what they say. They come back and tell us what exactly what we need to hear, so it don't debunk their modern agenda for science and all that. So the Dogon was called the leprechauns by the St. Patrick people and all that. A lot of racism went into why their cosmology is not interpreted the right way. And I think it's because if the world knew the truth, they would see that the pygmy knew about free energy before Tesla, before any of the men that you read about getting credit for energy. This is what the Dogon teaching about, free energy. This ripple effect deity that we see on this image, that is the same information that Tesla used to create the Tesla coil, to wrap the copper around the pole. And this is what they said, how our universe is literally powered with the serpent wrapped around the pole. And that is technology that we see right here. This became Thor's hammer as well.
All right,
So right,
check it out, Brother Sanchez. Are you saying, and I want Laird in on this, are you saying that the Dogons taught only about flat earth, or that's what they was teaching? Because he's going into the science on it, and I'll let you just build on that. But are you saying that what they totally was teaching was the earth was flat?
What I'm saying is the shape of the earth is an ancient pattern. In other words, the earth we live on is a self-perpetual powering machine. And to know what the shape of the earth is to know how to now reverse engineer that machine on a smaller form. So knowing the cosmology unlocked the secrets of how to tap into the energy of the ether, which is what Tesla did. Here is one of his projects right here and this is also you can do with ring magnets, but this became interpreted to us today, KP, as a Christmas tree with a star on the top, instead of the true teachings of what our ancestors said about this technology. They don't want us to know that the pygmy ain't stupid. The pygmy know everything about this universe that Elon Musk know, and all of them. And in fact, I think all of the people that's creating technology today actually learned it from them and not the other way around. That's what I'm here to say. That all of our foundation of all technology come from the secrets of our universe, sun and moon, negative and positive of a big battery.
Laird, what do you think about that was dope. What do you think about this? Do you think that the Dogons really seen it this way, or was it more scientific in your knowledge and your best ability?
Well, it's not either or. I agree with an awful lot of what you're saying, that the two energies that Sanchez has come together, the Dogon describe and diagram, and they're talking about magnetism and electricity. So it is electromagnetism that, no matter what term the Dogon are using, or the Hindus or whoever, the two energies that are involved are magnetism and electricity. So it is electromagnetism. I don't have any disagreement about that. I also agree, based on photographs that have been taken of the poles of other planets like Venus and Saturn and places like that, that the chances are really, really good that there's a vortex at the poles of our planet, at the North Pole at least. So the fact that we're not allowed to fly over the pole is suspicious to me.
And here's what's suspicious about it, Laird. And you know what I want to say for the record once again, I'm so glad I hopped on, because I definitely had the wrong idea of Laird. He's very humble, and it makes me feel bad that I had the energy that I had when I challenged his research, and I just want to put that on the record. I also want to say that I'm glad that you guys are willing to hear this side of it, because it's deeper than flat Earth. It's about energy, like what he said. And when we was talking about energy, really, when you talk about the planets all the planets having a North Pole, the ancestors believe that Earth is not a planet. They believe that the pole in the middle of our Earth is the pole that split the entire universe, and that the things we call planets are 7 wandering stars that's going around the Polaris. Guess what? Our maps actually prove the ancestors right, and it debunks our modern understanding of a solar system, proving that the Pygmy are actually smarter than us. No one want to accept flat Earth, but if you think about what the whole flat Earth is representing, is not really getting rid of the globe aspect. It's saying that, yes, the globe is real. A lot of people think flat earthers are anti-globalists. I'm a globalist. I teach that I live inside of the globe, though, not on it. That's it. That's the only difference. And that's what the ancestors taught when the Dogon said Ama's egg, because they knew that life lived inside of an egg, like we see here. The egg around this thing and this earth in the middle would be the yolk. That would be the yolk right there. And that's what they were teaching with the Dogon Kananga. And these teachings weren't just exclusive to the Dogon. Here's another form of the Kananga as well, called a Hunapku, that other tribes wear, because their form of the Kananga is the goddess Kali, and she's represented by the line with the X. Here's another form in the Mayan cosmos.
I got you. Hold on. Are you familiar with this, Laird?
Yeah, I am. I have a couple of comments I want to make about that connect to the directions of space and the flat Earth. When I had mentioned that the dynamics of energy repeat on all scales, and that includes scaling up dimensionally. And so the dynamic of a spinning point in what science considers to be 0 dimensions is the same dynamic as the in-out oscillation of a line in 1 linear dimension, which is the same dynamic as spinning energy in 2 dimensions, which is area, which is the same dynamic as a rotating sphere in 3 linear dimensions. And you can examine any of these concepts of energy at any of those dimensional levels and their advantages at each level. At the three-dimensional level that we live, we can see all the intimate details of how the energy works. But when we get down to the one-dimensional level, we have a much simplified view of what the dynamics of that energy are. So the Dogon talk about, as the Buddhists and the Hindus do, about an axis of the universe, which is representing a plane, a flat plane. And so when you have two axes cross each other in the middle, in the center, like an X, you're getting a 2-dimensional plane. But they also talk about the 7 directions of space, which adds a vertical axis, and they count the center point as the 7th direction. I can't perceive how 7 directions configure in a flat shape. For me, they configure in an area, in a volume, not an area. And so the Dogon do talk about 7 directions of space, and so do the Buddhists, and so do the Hindus.
Do you know what the 7
So
directions are?
Now, all of what we've been saying that pertains as true, if we consider that as a flat area with 4 directions of space, is all perfectly correct at that dimensional level. But if you extend that to 7 directions of space, now we're looking at things the way I was describing them with Dogon, from my perspective, when I compare it to Hinduism and Buddhism. So we're on the same page about the way the dynamics work. We're just looking at it from alternating perspectives of that same dynamic. And so I don't really have any flat disagreement with what's being said. It just, which perspective are we looking at it from when we say it works this way?
Brother Sanchez, could you explain the 7 directions then?
The 7, they call them the 7 points. Whenever you looking at you still have my screen share up? Yeah, whenever you looking at a 6-pointed star, it's really 7 points. And I'll show you what I mean about that. There's a hidden point that's always pointing directly at you. If you only looking at the 6-pointed star from 2 dimensions, you'll miss this 7 point, which is the God point, while the number of the God is 7 in most of the Hebrew and et cetera. But it's really a 7-pointed star, which was the star that he mentioned earlier of Ishtar and Astera, because of this hidden point, which is the heart. That point goes directly to the human heart, which is one of the vortexes. What I'm telling him about the 7 points, though, is they're right here. It's 3 points at the top, 3 at the bottom, and the heart point in the middle represent the 7 points. You can see it here in Yggdrasil. This is the world tree. The Nordic people said that our world is a yolk enclosed in a spherical egg, which is why I am a globalist. I just believe I live in the globe. Laird Scranton, we both are globalists. I'm just saying that if you want to keep the theme of Amma's egg, we both will have to admit that life lives inside of the egg. Here is the Jamaican version. The Jamaican have a god called Anansi the spider on the water spout. The water spout is the North Pole. Anansi the spider is their version of the Dogon Kananga. It's their version of this same hyperboloid that's at our North Pole. Here is the Kananga. Here is Anansi. The way that a spider web look is the exact way that the earth look. And I'll show you this and I'll see what you have to say. See, because when you look at this spider web, the reason that the Jamaicans said that the spider at the middle of their universe was their deity is because all of the ancient people were flat.
The center point.
Well, I'm just done here. When I pull up this flat earth map, the Jamaican were teaching that Anansi the spider is the energy at the middle of this map at the North Pole that's creating the time zones that weave the web of reality. Time is a web. It's a fabric, they call it. And it was woven by the Jamaican deity they call Anansi, which is the equivalent of Inanna, and the same deity that they said is the birthplace of our cosmos. And dealing with birth, you're dealing with feminine energy.
All right.
Go ahead.
All right. Laird, what you was about to interject with? You said the center point.
The center point, for the traditions I work with, the center point is associated with deity. That's where the place of deity, the seat of deity. And that is also corresponds to the almond shape of the Vesica Pisces. That is the center point. That's the point that spinning energy spins around when it produces mass. As far as the 7-pointed star with a point pointing at us, you need volume for that to work. You can't do that. You have 2 triangles in volume with 1 point pointing at us. Those are not 2 flat triangles. We have a dimensional shape there. And so from my perspective, again, we have a single set of concepts that work if we're talking about volume, that also work if we're talking about area, that also work if we're talking about linear, also work if we're talking about a point. And so all of these perspectives are not necessarily incompatible with each other as long as we reconcile the view.
Okay, you brought up the atom earlier, and you said you don't understand where the flat part play in the place with the six-pointed star. Well, I believe that the six-pointed star is an ancient form of the atom, and that the deity that we call Atum is personifying what they call today the atom.
Do you
I
have
think
proof? Because you said you believe, right?
I'm simply being honest, giving you what I believe. I heard Laird say that too, and I'm telling him I believe exactly what he believed on that area. Once again, we was both in agreement on that, and I was just acknowledging with him that we were. So, but what I wanted to say, though, to make the point about all of this, though, is he brought up the atom earlier. And here's where the two triangles meet to make a hex in the middle on a Merkaba. But when you look at an atom, that show you the flat part. This is the six-pointed star where the two triangles meet. It makes this flat circle in the middle. The ancestors is saying basically that's the circle of the earth. If you want to compare the atom to the world tree here on the left, they look just the same, but we would be walking on the grounding part of a magnet. You brought up electromagnetic energy. The grounding point of a magnet will be right here on the Nordic tree where we're walking at what we call the ground. So when you look at all, and I'm gonna wrap it up with this because I know you want to get in here. We just put up an image of the universe that you were going over with me, and I want to pull that back up real quick and talk about it. Here it is right here. Boom, that one right there. If we take that image and put it next to this atom that you brought up, you can see the connection. Here go the Earth circle that we live in the middle of an atom. The sun and moon are the electron and proton revolving around us in the middle of a flat. We're on a flat circle, and all our compasses point to this energy at the middle where the planets are revolving around. The balls that's going around this atom are like the planets in the solar system going around the sun. But yet the sun is not the middle of the solar system, because what we see is that our compasses are pointing us to the middle of our circle, and the sun is not there. The North Star is the one we just agreed to is this fish deity at the middle of it all. But I'm showing you where the flat part come into play, that when you deal with electromagnetism, negative and positive grounds itself, and that's literally the stage we're walking on according to the ancestors, where this sky energy meets the ground energy. There's a like smashing a pancake when they clash together, the smashing it, flattening. And this is what's happening to maintain this dielectric inertial plane that we call the ground. So when we say a dielectric inertial plane, we're saying where the electricity is dying out like a car crash, the energy stopped when they collide, boom, they call it the Big Bang. This world tree became the Big Bang. Laird is explaining you guys the correct way, but he's doing it from a quantum universe approach, which is awesome. I'm doing it from a Dogon approach because they didn't have a word for atom, or they didn't conceive of a quantum universe. So we're giving you the knowledge from two different perspectives. Me from an antique cosmology perspective, him trying to sync the antique interpretation of energy to the modern universe. And I'm not saying either one is wrong. I think it's just an awesome way to get both sides here, and I salute Killah Priest for this.
All right, no doubt. But that was, yeah, no doubt. Laird was coming from a Dogon perspective also, I have to say that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I can't speak with authority for a Dogon tribe. I'm the last guy who can speak with authority from the Dogon tribe's perspective. The person I respect who had the Western and the African perspectives legitimately was Melodoma Some, who just passed away. Because he was educated, he was born into the Dagara tribe, who are cousins of the Dogon, and forcibly taken away and educated in a Western school system, and then at age 16, I think, returned to his Dagara tribe to be initiated in the traditions of his tribe. And then he took it as his mission to try to explain in Western terms African thought. Now, he was qualified to do that. He had the qualifications, inherently the qualifications to be able to do that. I don't. And so
that has been foremost in my mind from the very start. That and the fact that I'm working with material that generation after generation worked very hard to keep secret. I needed to justify whether there was a rationale for writing about it at this point. So those are probably the two ethical issues that sort of trouble the studies that I've worked from. So I can't make an argument from a tribal perspective with any authority, and so all I can do is try to explain the evidence as I've seen it, comparative evidence.
Yeah,
Brother Sanchez.
I think when he says, Killer Priest, that the ancestors was hiding this knowledge for generations, I think that the ancestors was so in the open about this knowledge that they tattooed it on their faces, like we see here. They carved it all on the walls and temples. I think the people who hid it was the modern government who created the modern viewpoint that we have of science and our reality. I think that they didn't want us to know how the ancients viewed the universe, whether you agree with it or not. They didn't want no competition. They wanted a monopoly on cosmology. If we look at this image right here, here go the Dogon Kananga right here. You see the great mother got the sun and moon around her waist, Killer Priest. Can you see that?
Yeah, purple. The purple
That's
one?
The
purple?
Yeah. See that she's got the sun and moon going around her waist. That's where we talk about hula hooping and stuff. Check how deep this is. Now, everybody know that we live beneath the sun and moon. We will be seated right on the lap of this goddess. This is how we get children sitting on Santa Claus' lap. She's the original Santa Claus who wear the big belt. The belt is the circuit of the sun and moon around her waist. That became Orion's belt. The Dogon wasn't talking about Orion's belt. They was talking about the Van Allen belts, which is dealing with the North Pole and the center of the earth. They watered this science down. She's the Holy Grail. Look at here. She's the Holy Grail, literally the hyperboloid that this goddess represents. She's the Holy Grail. And during the Kajabuti missions, all of the knowledge I'm telling you about what the Dogon really taught about our universe were corrupted behind Nomo talk, Sirius talk, because Sirius is Osiris and they want everybody to take the sciences back to Egypt. I have no hate for Egypt. I love Egypt, but I'm telling you that the pre-dynastic people knew all the secrets of the ether and the universe, and this predates Egypt. All of these Gimbutas that I'm showing, it goes back to flat earth. This God right here, he's personifying the ripple effect that flat earthers keep saying we live in. You know, this
wait
series.
a minute. You're saying that Sirius C, was all a hoax, and that
what I'm saying is this right here. This is what Sirius B is. It's a pathway of a particular constellation that they're tracking the elliptical orbits of this system. And they saying that the trajectory just happens to look like an hourglass. Now, this is all taking place in a computer. I'm not saying,
bro. I gotta let Laird come in and build on this.
Well, yeah. I'll finish with this right here.
All right.
I'm not saying this is right or wrong what they saying about Sirius. I'm saying that's not what the Dogon meant with the Kananga. They was talking about an hourglass at the center of the North Pole, and not only them, but many cultures around the world. Go ahead. Yeah.
Laird.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yes.
I'm in general agreement with what you're saying. For me, the image that's on the screen right now, the reason it's important to the dynamics of energy I'm talking about is because it illustrates a dynamic called angular impulse. It's what energy does before it starts to spin. And anytime you track say the orbit of the moon around the Earth, it makes that same shape. If you take into account the motion of the Earth of both bodies through space, it's making that crisscross shape, which is angular impulse. Spinning energy around the center is
a two-dimensional effect, and it's what we're associating with the concept of a flat Earth, and it's what the traditions I'm researching describe as happening at, quote unquote, the surface of the waters, the face of the waters. This is what happens at the interface between non-materiality and materiality. It's the same way a vortex begins at the surface of a body of water. It's an area function, not a volume function. But all of these concepts have the same legitimacy when we talk about them in terms of volume that they have in terms of area or in terms of linearity. It's all the same dynamics playing out up and down. So it's not the case that one is right and the other one is wrong. It's a question of what window are we looking through to see it.
I like that. KP. You know what? I'm gonna show you a window here. I want to hear what y'all think about this. See, here's what we say when you say electromagnetism. Here's the middle. Here we're looking at an electromagnetic energy field on my screen, and this is what the middle of the field look like. An electromagnetic energy field is a donut, but if you're inside of a donut, the hole is now a pole. I'm gonna say that again. If you live inside of a donut, the hole in the donut to you is a pole. I'm from the inside, and that's what we're looking at now. Our universe is a torus field, or basically a donut, and all the energy flow around the circle. That's why they call it the 360 of life. And all of the energy is recycled at the middle, where we get this braid-like shape. And that braid-like shape is literally what they're calling the Sirius B pattern here. But what the Dogon was talking about was how all of the energy sort of braids up at the middle of the earth. All of these energies from the four corners meet there, and they make a 6-9 sort of tornado thing and make a braid, so to speak, a braid. So what we're looking at with Sirius B, I'm not saying anything right or wrong about Sirius B. I'm just saying the original interpretation of the Kananga was dealing with this vortex at the center where this big braid is happening. And it was dealing with string theory, because when you're talking about braiding, like I got here, this is the elegant universe in the bottom left corner. That's dealing with the seed of the whole dielectric inertial plane that we're calling flat Earth. When you wet a ball and spin it, the water bounce off the ball, centrifugal force, making a perfect 360 plane at the middle diameter, splitting the ball perfectly. This is how the ancestors taught flat Earth and the flatness in unison with the sphere and the circle together. We live in a sphere, but there's a circle that split the sphere in the middle. You talked about the Hindus earlier. Here's the Hindu cosmos right here. They were flat earthers. See, I'm not here to have a flat or globe Earth debate. I'm here that people will just tell the truth and acknowledge with me, hey, our ancestors had a conception of our universe that we don't have today if we're not dealing with flat Earth. And you don't have to say that they're right about it. You can say, well, hey, they were wrong about their conception of a flat Earth. We got science now, we got equipment now, and yet the ancestors weren't right about everything. Me personally, I think they were right about the flat Earth. That's where we separate when it comes to that. But I would like to have more so a discussion of energy like we doing now, because to me, when we talk about energy, that proves flat Earth. Here is the
all right, hold on, because we gotta let Laird,
sure.
answer this question. This is his show. So what you think about this, Laird?
I appreciate the discussion. I like the intelligent points. I agree with most of what's being said energetically. I think we're more in agreement than we are in disagreement.
What do you got a question for Sanchez?
Yeah,
you know what?
I've been looking at a lot of the your representations of flat Earth, and I didn't know we was going to turn this into a flat Earth discussion, but you use lot of points and symbols of nature to describe your theories. And it's like, if we just go back to the simple aspect of a seed, most seeds are round. So why wouldn't the earth itself be round?
Let me tell you, the brother who just was speaking, Killah Priest, let me say much respect to that brother, because even though he don't agree with me, I can tell his energy is still humble, and that's what I'm feeling that. We in Mercury retrograde, so we need that. So check this out, my brother. I'm agreeing with you. Our earth is a seed. You put it in a dope way, but everybody know where the life at is in a seed. The seed shell is protecting the light on the inside. We live inside of an earth and we're protected by a barrier. But when we forgot that, people can tell us, hey, at any given moment, a rock can crash in there and end life. You can have doomsday theories now. The ancestors didn't have doomsday theories because they taught that they were protected and enclosed in the ether, and they had an idea of a creator that wasn't clumsy, that wasn't just dropping rocks and wiping out planets. Like, they had a more intelligent idea of the creator than a dude throwing rocks and wiping, you couldn't fool them with the doomsday stuff. They had the concept I'm giving you of us being a seed, a globe. We're in a globe. Protect.
All right, so if you saying that we're in a globe, why do you say the earth is flat? I've been sitting up here. Hold on. Hold on.
All right, we're gonna calm it down.
No, I'm just saying.
Calm it
I'm
down.
just asking a question. I've been sitting here listening to you. Hold on for a minute, God. Hold on for a minute, Sanchez. I'm just asking a question, bro. Relax.
Ask the question. Just ask the
I'm just
question.
saying. It's like he's talking over me.
Yeah,
Yo.
but just ask the question.
All I'm saying is, bro, you've been sitting on here talking about the earth is flat, but then you say we live in a globe. That don't really make any sense. So you got to be able to explain that.
Got you. I teach that the
You
earth
can't
is
say,
flat.
hold on. You can't say
let him answer the question.
it's a globe and then it's flat.
You gotta let
make any sense, bro.
me answer the question, man.
Let him
You
answer
gotta
the
let.
question.
Is this the same brother I just complimented for good energy? I take
No,
that
different
back.
dude. This different dude.
Oh, it's Rasul, brother.
Okay. Oh, we got the good cop, bad cop. Okay, well, let me do this.
Good cop, bad cop. We just asking you questions, yo.
All right. Well, much love. I love questions. Now, can I answer it, KP, real quick?
Yeah, go ahead. You don't mind, Laird? You don't mind?
No, I don't mind.
It's going to be very quick.
Good.
I clearly teach that we live on a dielectric inertial plane of an electromagnetic energy field. Anybody that deal with science know that the plane that splits a magnetic energy field runs right where my hand is running right here on the screen called the Earth. The word Earth is really heart. If you take the H, put it in front, it's heart because this splits the universe. He asked me about the globe concept. I teach that we live on a flat Earth within a spherical universe. I teach that the ether is round, what we call the atmosphere, the sphere atmosphere surrounding us. But I teach that the ground we walk on is a dielectric inertial plane that splits that sphere with what we see here, the ocean and the sky separates this plane. It creates this horizon line that goes all the way through this sphere. I never denied a spherical aspect. The two work together in my model. I don't cancel one out. I teach that the flat Earth is a flat circle within a 3D spherical egg. We talk about an egg, a seed. Life is on the inside, like we see here. This is a sphere that's halfway full with water, and the top part is halfway full with air. That's all what the Hebrew's showing you, exactly my interpretation of reality. And you can see the circle, the flatness part that I represent, and the globular part. All of these shapes work together in my cosmology.
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, my brother, most scientists and most individuals that's intelligent wouldn't agree with you because you did not explain how the earth is flat, but at the same time, it's spherical. Now, I will agree with you on one thing. I'll say this, and then I'm going to let you say something. The earth is tilted on a 23-degree axis, so it's not perfectly spherical. Like a total sphere is tilted. We know this. So you're trying to take conventional science and mix it in and say, well, it's flat, but at the same time it's spherical, but you're not giving any real sources. You're just going off the top of your head. And I'm not dissing you for that. Let's just talk. Let's build.
Let me just say something real quick, man. Yeah, let me just say that my sources is the ancient Hebrews' conception of the universe is literally on the screen.
Well, we have ancient civilizations that existed before Israel. And the ancients knew that the earth was round.
All right, you're talking over the brother. Let one person at a time. We're going to try to do this with order. It's good everybody's getting their point across, but let's do it. at order. If you ask a question, let the brother answer. If he answers, ask a question, let you answer.
Man, I really appreciate that. I don't know why the brother having a hard time. Me and Laird had a great conversation, and I just want to say, man, it's a shame, unfortunately, that I can't be like that. Well, with my brothers.
Well, this is his show. This is Laird's show today. So whenever you're ready to come back in and build further on, Laird, I'm right here. So they just gonna.
Can I ask Laird a question?
Okay, well, I appreciate the discussion. I appreciate the explanation, and I think I get a sense of what you're trying to say. I don't disagree with the energetics as you understand them. So as I said, I think we're more in agreement than we are in disagreement. As far as flat Earth goes, I know that back in the day of sailing ships, they could watch the sailing ship rise up over the horizon as it approached. And not sure how that could happen if the world were flat.
Yeah, it's called convergence. I went over that actually on this channel. Thank you, Killah Priest, for letting me do. That's the easy one. Yeah, it's not hidden by a ball of water, but you know what, Laird? I will never have a flat Earth debate with you. I like the energy that we had. I'll debate somebody else. I don't even think you interested in trying to prove whether it's flat or round as much as you are fascinated with the symbols of the Dogon. So I respect
Sanchez
you.
came in like, give me. But it wasn't that time.
Well, thank
We
you.
got the whole Sanchez back. But it was flowers, though.
But let me say this. I came in with good energy, and Laird gave me good energy back. The brother that talked to me earlier had good energy, so I came in giving him mad energy back. The last brother turned up with me. Now, I'm not going to turn up with him. I'm just going to stay humble, though. Hopefully, I can win him around and respect me like everybody else. Everybody don't like the flat Earth. But what I got right here, he talked about the tilt of the Earth. If the Earth is tilted, then you got to tilt the equator, too. And if you tilt the equator, then the hottest place on Earth would be the fucking
you crazy,
cold.
man.
Well, hold
Go
on.
ahead, actually, just go on. I'm sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, man. That was crazy. You said that.
You know what, KP?
Yeah.
I'm gonna let everyone who wanna understand why I said what I said study this. They can screenshot it. But you know what? I'm not gonna make it a flat Earth thing because I said earlier I just wanted to talk to Laird about the symbols. At this point, this guy is agitated by my cosmological interpretation. So I'm going to just leave people. You can go to my channel, Bro Sanchez TV. I'll be teaching about this tomorrow and going into more what me and Laird were speaking on concerning the Dogon and the electromagnetic energy that we're speaking of. If anybody want to debate flat Earth, email me. I'm not going to turn it to a debate, and I'm going to get out of here. I want to thank KP again. Salutes to the brothers for the conversation and much respect to Laird. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That was good. Well, that's cool. So you done ran them off.
I know, man. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry about that, Doc.
Come mute up and
But
stay.
what happens is it's just this is your show, brother.
It's Laird.
It's Laird show. It's Laird show, and it's like he brought the flat Earth up. I don't even know why he brought that up. I mean, we was talking about the ancient Dogons.
I didn't bring it up. Somebody started challenging me about it, but me and Laird weren't talking about flat Earth. The flat Earth came up when I brought up the Great Mother right here, but the way it came up, me and Laird wasn't debating. We had great energy. Me and Laird wasn't debating,
brother. You did throw flat Earth in there, brother, a little bit. You threw it in there. You did throw it in there. This is why we believe in a flat Earth and then you added that onto your build.
Yeah, but
which is nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but it's going to turn into, you know what I'm saying?
I'm
You're going
not
back and
even-
forth. They're going back and forth. All right, brother Sanchez.
I'm not arguing with him.
Yeah, it's better than we see it because,
Let me say this to that brother before I go. I brought up flat Earth because it was impossible for me to build with Laird to tell him what I countered his stuff with without going to that. Everybody know I teach flat Earth. The thing was, I knew I can bring that up with him without it being a debate, which is why you see me running from this other brother, because I don't want to take away from Laird's show. I know I can talk flat Earth with Laird. He's an elder. He's respectful. This dude is a young hot gun, so I don't really want to debate him.
I'm actually.
Hey, listen,
I'm
hot
like
gun.
your age. I'm like your age,
that's the
Sanchez.
first, yeah,
Sanchez, thanks for the compliment.
Come
brother.
on, hot gun. Listen.
Call me Hot Gun now.
Yeah,
Yo, yeah,
H-
it's
HG, yo. Hold on, Hot Gun. Let's
You
finish.
call me Hot Gun now. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. All right.
Call me Hot Gun, huh?
All right, we gonna go back.
Big
All
up to
right, no
Sanchez.
doubt.
Shout out to Sanchez with that one.
Yo, Hot Gun Society. Yo,
I love him for that. Big up to Sanchez, man.
okay, let's continue. Laird, where we at with the Dogon? I mean, that was deep. Where we at with the Dogons and the science on the Dogon?
Did you
Well-
speak on this pale fox?
The
Okay.
bottom line for me is that when we look at things the way I believe the Dogon look at it, and that I try to, as I said, affirm that with reference to the comparative traditions. You know, if the Dogon see it the same way the Buddhists see it, and the Buddhists see it the same way Kabbalists see it, I feel like I'm on firm ground with an opinion about something. The way the Dogon approach these things, an awful lot of the issues simplify. An awful lot of the scientific concerns, the things that are stumbling blocks for science, sort of evaporate, and that's part of the reason why I really like it. And whoever put the system together had incredible skills and had incredible talent as a teacher and an ability to synthesize really complicated ideas in pretty simple ways. And the Dogon are the ones who got that and who are able to preserve it all the way back, all the way down. And that's why they have my admiration.
Indeed. What's that question?
Yeah,
Silver
well,
Fox.
what's your what's the teachings that they taught you about the pale fox?
That's okay. That's a complicated issue. At the point of the energy between non-materiality and materiality, what happens is that as energy spins, it does what a hurricane does over a body of water. It hollows out a little boat-shaped hollow. A hurricane hollows out a little boat-shaped hollow in the water below it. And the Dogon say that spinning energy does the same thing. They call that the arc of Ogo. Ogo is a term for light.
Right. Mm-hmm.
This is a non-material side structure that is half of a seed that gets created. And that seed, that boat, arc means boat, that arc then overturns to enclose a space that now actually is a seed. And the upper half of it is referred to as the arc of the fox. And looking at it from a material side, the entire structure is called the arc of the fox. And the reason it's called that is because the prow of the ship sits a little bit higher than the stern of the ship. And so in the Dogon imagination, it resembles the shape of the body of a fox. Now, paleness is a complicated concept. I was talking about the dynamic across that boundary of energy is white light creating a rainbow of light. The colors of the rainbow go from red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. Those represent different frequencies of energy. They also correspond to the vectors of energy that are emitted when energy spins. Now, the vectors that get emitted have the least resistance when they're perpendicular to the spinning energy. The ones that are tilted slightly have more resistance than the one that's straight up and down. And so the implication of the symbolism is that there are only certain points in that continuum of energy where crossing over from one domain to the other domain is really feasible. And it begins at the color yellow and it ends at the color indigo. And so the word for yellow in the Egyptian hieroglyphic language and a number of other ancient languages is the same as the term for pale. So pale fox is equivalent to yellow fox. And yellow is talking about the stage of the energy where that flip over of the boats, the arc of Ogo and the arc of the fox, is able to happen. That's not a very good explanation. it's a complicated subject. The fox ends up becoming a symbol for the material side of that that gateway of the energy.
Nice.
Yeah, that's deep.
We got some super chats here
Ready to ask?
from Panther. He says the Dogon stipulates the blacks came from the Sirius C, aka Emma Ya. Why do we always have to have? Oh wait, I already did that one already. Sirius C, my bad. The same person said the Dogon predicted the existence of Sirius B, aka Po Tolo, but Westerners never believed it until they used telescopes in the 1800s to confirm it. Why?
Good question.
Okay, the French anthropologists didn't study the Dogon system in detail until starting in the 1930s. And the presence of a second star in the Sirius system was understood by science by around the turn of the century. I don't think they had a photograph of it that early, but they knew that it was there. They could infer from the gravitational effects that it was there. So it's not, even though I believe that the Dogon information, I can demonstrate that the Dogon information is ancient, because in Egyptian mythology, Isis is the goddess who corresponds to the bright star of Sirius, and Isis has a dark sister, Nephthys. So we have it right there in we're playing a game called I Say Goddess, You Say Star. We have it right there in the Egyptian myth that they understood that there were two stars there. So based on that, the Dogon information is ancient, but science didn't document the Dogon knowledge of it until after science understood that the star was there. So from their perspective, the Dogon didn't have it first.
Nice.
All right, Panther also says blacks must know what they are capable of doing by learning from the Dogon and unlock our true hidden potentials without spaceships and telescopes.
Can I speak about them knowing about this knowledge without telescopes briefly?
Yeah, bro Sanchez. Actually, someone says here, Seth says, speak on the dragons, brother Sanchez.
Well, before I do the dragons, I think the person had the first super chat asked a very profound question. How did they know about Sirius without telescopes? You mind if I just go at that for like 1 minute?
Well,
Yeah.
I mean,
No, go ahead.
Might as well, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, just 1 minute. Yeah, the dog star, this star that the Dogon discovered, it wasn't Sirius in the sky. It had nothing to do with Sirius, which is why they didn't need telescopes. They said they learned from the pygmy who said to make journeys frequently to the North Pole. They were written as the dwarfs of the pole. He brought up the owl earlier, but the face of the owl reveals the secrets of the electromagnetic energy field, which is another way of saying ovo. If you ask Drake, who used this symbol as well, the face of the owl is the electromagnetic torus field you see here, which is the universe. As above, so below. The star at the middle of the universe is this Dogon star. It's not really the Sirius star, it's Polaris, which is the North Star with the hourglass around it like we see here, which became the God. Even this is an image of the fallen angels and stuff immersed in the light of heaven. Is showing us the same polarizing light at the North Pole that we see. The brightest star in the sky is Polaris. So this is just my interpretation. If you guys wanted to know my interpretation, the Dogon were going to the North Pole. What they saw there, they said, was the seed of our creation. And that's exactly what the pygmies say too. So the star that they discovered wasn't really a star. It was this hyperbola, this hourglass shape, which became the Kananga. They discovered free energy, a sort of that the earth is really founded on electromagnetic energy. That was the ultimate discovery, because that's the foundation of all technology, and all of what they found out was this. This is from Ken Wheeler, by the way. He's one of the greatest authors and teachers about electromagnetism. And you guys can go and check him out. I don't know if you heard of him, but this is his work right here explaining a torus field. And this is exactly what I think Laird would agree with me, the deity that the Dogon speak about, because he kept bringing up this spinning motion and this spiral concept. And that's why I'm in agree with him on that. But I'm just giving you guys another alternative way of looking at it. Maybe they didn't need telescopes. All you had to do was go to the North Pole and you can see what we'll see there. is this star, this seed of creation where all the ancestors got this thing lit up like we see here. And maybe that's the star. That's what I'm saying.
Well, you did say maybe. You said maybe, so that don't mean you know.
I think Laird is agreeing with me too that a lot of his research is based upon his interpretation as well.
But what did the Dogon say?
Here's what the Dogon
actually, because I understand we got the scholar here, and we got you Sanchez, but I think that what needs to be probed into and studied is what the Dogons actually said.
And that's what I want.
Not try to create your own, narrative on the ancient text. But go ahead.
Here's how I'm not creating my own narrative. I didn't say that the Great Mother is spinning the sun and moon around. That's what these images show me. These images show me that the deity that was worshipped on Earth is said to be what the sun and moon is rotating around, and that just so happened to be our North Pole where the compasses is pointing. Hold on.
I want to debate between y'all two. I mean, this is Laird show.
Wait a minute. I'm not really here to debate you guys. I'm just here to chime in and interject because Laird is not trying to debate me and it's his show. Now, if Laird want to debate me, I got to debate him because it's his show and Killah Priest invited me on this before y'all even went live. But I will respect him that I want to take up his time because he was teaching and I just came to interject my alternative stuff. You don't got to believe it. You can say that's pseudoscience back to Laird. But Laird allowed me the minute to get that in because he don't mind no one with opposing information and he don't feel like he got to challenge everything I say that he disagree with. And that's the kind of bill that I'm trying to have here today.
All right.
So Taurus fields. You got the
right, Taurus fields. I'm sorry. Yeah, back to Taurus fields. So the Taurus field here is what creates the Taurus field is the center of magnetism. The center of magnetism is called a hyperboloid. That's what we're looking at here in the middle of this. The magnetic field is the donut. What creates it is the hole in the middle. So the thing about all of this is that if you look at this image, this is an electromagnetic energy field. It's like cutting a donut in half and looking at it face on. And if you look at how the ancestors conceived the universe, here is a copy. So I made this one to go with the Taurus field so you can see exactly what's causing the circuit. This part right here is said to be a great goddess. In her hands, it's the sun and moon but that's the original balance scales. And she's spinning around, giving us night and day. And this is what the ancestors have. I'm not saying this. This is all carved all over the walls. That's all I'm saying, and I'll mute the flow and let Laird give it back, and I'll interject briefly as needed. Thank you guys for having me. I'm just trying to add to the bill. That's all. Thank you guys.
We got a super chat that builds on what you said. It's from Gavin. He says, when in doubt of the general vibe, just observe a tree and how it resembles the Taurus fields. Or an apple core, plumb lines. Everything is energy. One love.
Yeah, but that's good stuff. Yep.
Shout out to Gavin. Hanzo says, I enjoy listening to you, Laird Scranton. And Panther says, please, Rasul, let's focus on the subject. Anderson, not deviate by interrupting the great discussions between Laird and Bro Sanchez. And let's see, I think we got another one here that I missed. I just want to get these super chats out the way.
You mess with Hot Gun. Yo, come on.
Yeah, Bro Sanchez, please come back, man. You have great knowledge on the Dogon. Keep the exchange with Laird for today's subject. Come back, Bro Sanchez. He thought you left earlier. Brooklyn says, salute to Laird for the great show tonight. A donation for the fire gun and Bro Sanchez. Oh, a donation for the hot gun and Bro Sanchez. That's what it says. Okay, that's it. Proceed.
Okay. Where we at? Star B? I know we somewhere up in the galaxy. Oh man. So man, this is real heavy, yo. This is real heavy. So where we at? Where we at with this?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
the thing with these topics is that any one of them can turn into an entire show. Any little piece of this can turn into an entire show's worth of discussion, which is part of the problem with the material.
Right. And to the end material. Right. The end material to the material.
That's right.
Here's what they say.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
very,
But anything that demonstrates that the dynamics of the energy are the same from different perspectives and different circumstances and so forth is consistent with my understanding of how the system works. And the thrust of my work basically is in trying to find ways to anchor a perspective that when we say such and A means B, how do we know that A means B? Well, the Dogon, here's how the Dogon express it in words and in drawings and so forth. Here's how science expresses it in words and drawings and so forth. Here's how the Kabbalists, the Buddhists, and so forth. One point I did want to comment on that I hadn't talked about was that I do believe that there has been, in various ways, active obstruction to modern understanding of the cosmological traditions. I do believe that there has been effort to disconnect a lot of it from the African roots. I see it in reinterpretations of the Egyptian hieroglyphic language that were done in the 1980s. That one net effect of that was essentially to disconnect the language from African roots, make it more difficult for someone like me to connect it. And I think that in some cultures, some of the ancient cultures, the material was right out in the open for everybody to see, just talked about openly in its heart, the heart of its terms. Ancient Crete was that way. It looks like Orkney was that way. In other cultures, the symbols are right out there for everybody to see, but the only people who understand what the symbols represent are the people who've been initiated in the tradition. So, yes, it's not hidden, but in fact it is. It's like playing hide the penny, a game we used to love to play with our kids. The penny isn't really hidden. It's right out in the open, but you got to know how to look for it.
Plain in sight. Truth hidden in plain sight.
As far as whether the Dogon are talking about actual Orion, the belt stars of Orion, we know because of the references to Barnard's Loop, they got the descriptions of it right, they and the Egyptians, and they got the dimensions of it right. And when you image the spiral, it looks like the wheel of a chariot that Orion the Hunter's standing in. They got point after point right about actual Orion with an actual structure associated with Orion. I'm pretty confident they're really talking in many cases about Orion. But because the energetics can be applied on different levels, what they say about an atom can be applied to on other levels to other structures. And so we can't say absolutely they were just talking about one thing because the dynamics apply everywhere. If it's true on one level, it's true on the other level. Yes, we can make the argument that they were talking about something other than what the subject matter was. We're helped because the Egyptian words give us a lot of visibility on what they really mean. The Dogon syllables give us a lot of visibility on what they really mean. And the comparison to all the other ancient cultures sort of triangulate in on what they must have meant because here's the perspective of Buddhism or Hinduism or so forth on the very same idea that relates in the same way to the other ideas. So it's sort of a self-locking in perspective.
Right.
Yeah, you mind if I interject with that? Salutes to Laird. The reason, what I would say is that the Dogon was truly talking about the primal energy that gave birth to the universe. And when I say gave birth, they personified the deity as a goddess giving birth. And her name was Amma. She gave birth to the sun and moon. And here is her now, basically balanced someone around her waist. That became Amma's, that was her belt. Sun and moon is balanced, yin and yang. And it said that she balanced the scales night and day. This, I'm giving you my interpretation of what my research led me to interpret this symbolism. And I respect yours as well. but I don't think they was talking about Sirius if the Dogon was talking about a place where the most electromagnetic energy is in our realm, because our compasses are not pointing up in the sky at Orion. They're pointing to the center of a circle. And whatever the sun and moon are going around, that is what the Dogon was talking about as this goddess. And it wasn't just the Dogon, it's all of these cultures I got on the chart. When they were talking about this symbol, they was talking about a goddess responsible for creating the circuit of the sun and moon. Now, in modern time, that became to be interpreted as Orion's belt, but the original belt was what we see around her waist. And it said that the circle of the earth is the plane that's making both of her knees right here is like the footstool, it's called in Hebrew. They call it the footstool of Yahweh. But this portion, we would be literally walking on her legs or lap here, looking up at the heavens. And this became a concept of sitting in Santa's lap and him having a belt on, because he later personified the North Pole energy. But this deity we call Santa is directly related to Orion. It is related to the misinterpretation of this North Pole energy to a simple constellation in the sky. The Dogon was really revering the seed of creation. And I really don't think there's one constellation above us in the sky, me personally, even though I'm not saying they didn't also acknowledge Orion as well, though, you know. So I'll just yield.
Okay, let's move on, brother. I know you're going in.
If I could respond to that, I agree. I agree in this sense that the symbolic tradition uses things we understand to try to explain to us things we don't understand or things that we can't see. The belt stars of Orion we can see, and they take on a dynamic that also applies to energy. So when they're talking about Orion, they're talking about Orion because they want us to look at Orion so that by understanding what's going on with that, we'll get the sense of what's going on with the energy. So yes, it's true they're talking about the energy, but it's also true that they're talking about Orion, because Orion is the conduit of our being able to understand that thing. This is an instructional technique. Take a thing a person understands, use it to clarify a thing they don't understand.
Well, Laird, what I would say is that when the Dogon wanted to understand magnetism, they held a compass in their hand. They didn't really get you said they didn't have a telescope. If they didn't have a telescope, then they could have been talking about Orion or studying Orion. The people who came with the telescopes were not melanated or African people. It was Galileo and guys like that who were talking about Orion. I'm talking about what the Dogon was talking about before the telescope. We were making trips to the North Pole. There's a place on our earth where all the compasses are pointing us to. We're not able to go there today because of the Antarctic Treaty. During the time when the Dogon was talking about the knowledge of magnetism, they was talking about how our compasses work off magnetism. Our compasses are pointing to the greatest concentration of magnetic energy in our universe at the center of a circle. Is like putting a toothpick in a kitchen sink and pulling the drain. The toothpick will point toward the vortex as it gets sucked down. So our compass needle is responding to a vortex energy at the middle of a circle. And that's what the Dogon knew. They knew how to navigate the earth before all of the Western explorers and all of them and Copernicus and all of the people who came with the Osirian teachings and Platonian teachings and Hellenic people with the modern heliocentric universe that you subscribe to. All right. What I'm saying is that when we deal with electromagnetism, to understand that, you need to study a compass, not necessarily Orion. The man that's understanding the North Pole will make more technologies with electromagnetism than the guy who's just studying Orion.
Okay.
I've heard the Dogon say that they were taught about these concepts by mythical teachers that they give a name to. I haven't heard them say that they traveled to the North Pole. So my perspective, in keeping with what some of the other traditions are saying, Buddhism in particular, is that this body of scientific knowledge was taught to them by someone who understood it, not by traveling to the North Pole to figure it out. But the same way, I don't believe, I know they didn't have telescopes to see it in the sky, but the people who were teaching them anyone who was teaching these concepts to cultures in ancient times, traveling around is not a problem for them.
Okay.
We got a super chat here that says, let's see, hold on. Brother Laird, what, if any, stance did or do the Dogon have on the description of people as black?
Black is an
Okay.
American.
Yeah, African.
Okay, this is a little more complicated. It connects to other tribes besides just the Dogon. The Bambara, I believe, either the Yoruba or the Bambara identify themselves with a stick figure of a person. It's just a regular stick figure with a round head and cross across the body for arms. This is a typical kid stick figure. The Naki, who are from the borderland between Tibet and China, use the same stick figure to identify themselves. The Naki are understood to have been black Africans. They use the same stick figure to identify themselves, but they color in the circular head black. And the word Na in the Naki language and the Chinese language meant black, just as I did in the language of the Yoruba who do the other stick figure, but it didn't mean black for the Dogon or for the Egyptians. So I know for certain that the name of the Naki follows a naming convention that's typical of tribes in these ancient times. They name themselves for an aspect of the cosmology. Na is a term that refers to the non-material feminine, and ki is an Egyptian word. It's Naki or Naksi. It's either spelled Xi or Khi, and the word is Sakai, Skhai, which is why there's a confusion. Sakai means to celebrate. The name of the tribe, the Naki tribe, means celebrates Na, or celebrates the non-material feminine. In Egypt, the term was, let's see, for the Hebrews, it was Yahuda, which means praises Yah. For the Amazighi tribes, it celebrates Amma. On Orkney Island, the term is Sakai. No, sorry, it's Skael, which means celebrates El. El was a god of space that came out of the Near East. There's in Egypt, it was Mir Ra, which is loves Ra. This is a naming convention that appears again and again and again in tribes. So I know that they came out of the same tradition because they named themselves for the tradition. So I can certainly see signs in ancient times that skin color was an awareness among some of the black tribes because they defined themselves by it and they defined certain words by it. I know from Egyptian representations of early pharaohs in Egypt that they certainly give every appearance of having been black African. There's every reason to think, based on language, they were black African, and civic traditions, they were black African. Modern academia resists that, and I don't understand why they do. It's part of the general trend to want to credit the Greeks rather than credit the Africans.
DJ Jason J says Dogons probably was having neutral births, which made their eyes better, or telescope-like, maybe.
Yeah.
We have to work from what the Dogon themselves or what any of these ancient cultures themselves say. The Dogon aren't saying, "Oh, do you remember so-and-so, our ancestor way back, who saw these things and told us about them?" They say, "Remember these teachers who taught us a civilizing plan and a symbolic system who told us about it." So out of all the cultures that follow this tradition, if any of them were saying, "Oh yeah, we invented such and such," then that would be a basis for me to argue, it's possible that the ancient Sumerians invented this thing. But when you get down to the bottom of what they say in their tradition, they're claiming instruction about these things. So and that's their perspective, not my perspective. So even I read one researcher as part of a book I was recently writing who says he doesn't know of an ancient culture that didn't specifically claim instruction from or gifting of knowledge from groups more capable than themselves.
Yeah, I wanted to build on what you were saying about not having to traveling to the North Pole to understand magnetism, and I'll tie it into what you were saying about the Sumerians. I'm screen sharing right now. Here go one of the key features of Sumerian artwork that's presented to me by a lot of people to show our early understanding of creation. And when we look at this symbol right here, a lot of people interpret it different ways or whatever. But one thing that I find common in the ancient world, I'll show you. Hold on. This the same. Yeah, I got two different screen shares up. Sorry about that. What are y'all seeing? I'm sorry. I don't know what y'all seeing. Are y'all seeing the image of the solar system that they said is solar system in Sumeria?
What I'm looking for with the Dogon in terms of the North Pole references is,
yes, sir,
any kind of objective evidence from the Dogon tribes themselves that indicates they traveled to the North Pole.
Yeah, I got you. I'm gonna do that
first. Not a drawing, but some kind of
right. I got
myth or statement that says, by the way, we traveled blah 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 blah, and that touches on the point to get to the North Pole.
Okay, I got you right now. I'm going to pull up something to you that is very credible source work that we all can agree is legitimate. One of the greatest map makers, and you very knowledgeable, Laird. You know that Mercator is one of the world's most respected map makers. During the time when Mercator was making maps, it was during a time where if you made phony maps and crazy maps, you can risk people's lives, so it wasn't nothing to play with. So here's a map that Mercator made of what he saw when he got to the lands around the North Pole. This land in the bottom right corner, the pygmy teach themselves. And this is a fact that they originate from the center of the earth. They said that they come from the north. And here go the Mercator wrote this land on their map long time ago. This is the pygmy said that they come from here as well. This is how it became all the stories about the dwarfs people at the North Pole who St. Patrick met. The story of meeting these elves at the North Pole is an old story. Here it is right here. Early explorers always talked about the pygmy land, and it was a land
sure. Yeah, we know that the Eskimos, right, who are a pygmy culture, live there.
I understand. So I'm just, the point that I'm making is the North Pole, what we see on this map ain't the North Pole they give us today. It's an ice cap there, but that ain't what the pygmy say. You know we're not allowed access to the North Pole, and I think it's for a reason. So right there, the Dogon said they learned everything about the universe from the pygmy, and the pygmy said that their homeland is basically at the center of the universe. Here is the pygmy art right here. This is handmade when we're working metal with the hand. This is very respected. In the Christian book, we got the story of a bird landing on a cross, but that comes from right here in the Dogon sacred teachings of the universe, of the sacred bird that sits above the divine cross, above the sacred womb on a flat earth. I can show you this same thing in the Mayan concept as well. The sacred bird.
Let's condense it.
On the cross. Now, you asked a question, Laird, and I respect your question, which is why I'm going into this, because you don't have debating energy. Here is the cross with the bird on the top, according to the Mayan conception. And we see the same thing here, what the Dogon said we should see when we meet the Great Mother at the center of the earth. And right here, we see Mercator map with the four corners. You brought up the word Nazi. This is one of my collages here. The word Nazi comes from the word Nagini. A Nagini was a deity that was personifying the creation point of the universe, like we see here. This guy in the middle of flat circles going outward like a ripple effect, which is what electromagnetic energy is. This is what Tesla used to make the coil, copper coil wrapped around the pole. You can reverse engineer this to applicable science, which is the foundation of all technology. But if we talk about Sirius and Nomo and fish people and mermaids, it go into mythology, which is a form of Celtic mysticism going back to Dagon, the fish god of Egypt, who is also the obelisk.
All right, brother Sanchez. I'm gonna have to, yeah, okay. But I need to keep this on a time constricted thing. You know what I mean?
know.
So everybody got to get their. All right, so
He
Laird.
said it, yeah. He still
Yeah.
didn't answer the question, but
Yeah.
I over answered it. Gave you more than what you need.
no.
Told you how I can prove it and all with a map. Used the map, which is a legitimate source. You know what?
well,
That's cool. I'm out, man. It's cool. It's cool. I see how this is.
No, it ain't like
You
that.
can't get mad and
Sanchez,
go
man,
take
it
the
ain't like
ball.
that,
You don't
man.
get mad and stuff because people don't agree
just-
with you. I mean, the question that the Lord asked you, you didn't answer. He asked for sources
You
from the
didn't let-
Dogon. He
but
asked for
let
sources
Lord
from the
speak, but-
Dogon saying that they
My
went to the
thing,
north.
my thing is this though, KP. Why I'm getting mad?
Okay.
Laird asked the question. I answered Laird, but Laird ain't responding to me. He is, and he trying to debate me. Me and Laird trying to have an understanding. Why is he talking if Laird asked the question and I answer Laird? We need to be knowing what Laird think.
Well, I agree that the Eskimo race is one of the pygmy races that connects to the tradition. There are all sorts of things about Inuit culture that that tie to the symbolic tradition that I study. What I haven't seen is in the Dogon material a claim that they went to the North Pole, or something that I could interpret as a claim that they went to the North Pole, or that the Telem who lived in Dogon country when they found in Telem means we found them in the Dogon language. I haven't seen signs that the Dogon or the Telem made claims of having gone or come from the North Pole.
Well, Laird, our ancestors mapped the stars and they clearly mapped the earth.
No, the map. I don't dispute your maps. I'm just saying I'm looking for.
I got you. I'm answering you here. I can't give you out of the Dogon mouth where they said we went to the North Pole. If that's what you're looking for, I never
we get to the
made
North
that
Pole?
claim.
Okay, that's the way that I try to anchor the things I say about the Dogon is to find a reference I can point to where here's where the Dogon or the Egyptian.
But the Dogon never spoke of anything about Sirius, so you're wrong about that. If you want to say that, they never spoke of no Sirius.
Hold on. You saying
So-
they didn't speak about Sirius? They wrote a whole map out. They wrote a star map out, brother.
I'm gonna let me and Laird.
All right, go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Sanchez, man.
To
Let's go.
Laird for real.
All right, go ahead, man.
What y'all talking about the Dogon and Sirius? I keep showing you collages where everyone on the earth was having this same symbol in their cosmology, and it had nothing to, wait a minute, it had nothing to do with Sirius. On this whole chart, none of these people was talking about Sirius. They were talking about the force that's controlling the circuit of the sun and moon, which is why you see those two balls around this goddess right here that we keep ignoring. We keep ignoring the fact that if the Dogon was dealing with magnetism, the most magnetic force in proximity to us in this entire earth is the place where our compasses point. Our compasses is point at the pole. And if the Dogon was dealing with the energy of the pole energy, which is what I thought man Laird was talking about when he was dealing with the hyperboloid, that's directly related to the center at the pole. So that I'm telling the world that the Dogon knew about electromagnetic energy, but modern science want us to think they were dummies and that they had primitive science. And I'm telling you, no, they're not talking no bunch of spookism about Orion. They're teaching about
the Dogons did speak about. They did speak about in there. And Laird, Dr. Laird can probably agree with me. The Dogons did speak about who taught them. They were called the Nomos, and they were from Sirius C. They talk about that in their literature.
Okay, let me ask KP a question. KP, when Laird talked, he's not interrupted and met
Stop
with
whining, man. Why you keep whining,
with this
brother
kind of
Sanchez?
energy, but I am. Because I want equality. I want equality, that's all. I just want equality, man.
I think equality, bro, but you keep whining. Every time somebody disagree with you, you want to start whining.
It's not disagreeing and all. It's just respect. I'm in the middle of screen sharing the teaching and I'm rushing to speak because I know I'm gonna be cut off. Laird can be calm and relaxed because he knows he's not gonna be cut off.
Bro. You
KP, can I see what's going on?
Just let him speak, God.
Can I get
It's
back
not
to what
your
I'm
show,
saying?
it's
Go ahead,
Laird show,
Sanchez.
man.
Go ahead.
Can you mute them before I start though, KP?
We ain't
Please.
gonna say
Mute
nothing,
nobody,
bro.
man. Mute yourself.
No. Hold on. Yo, calm down. Go ahead, Sanchez. We ain't disrespecting you, brother.
Come on, man.
You a good brother.
Yeah,
I actually like your channel. Just go ahead, man. We just reasoning right now. We're not debating. We're reasoning.
only thing made me feel disrespected. I felt like I'm not being treated the same as Laird, you know, and that's all.
Well,
but I'm gonna compare it to back what I was saying though, and I'll make it quick too. When we look at this image on the screen, this is science. This is dealing with the whole concept of the Kanunga. And I'm saying that this is not talking about Sirius star system. When you go and research what these symbols are all around the earth, you would have to say all of these cultures was worshiping Sirius. Why would the whole world revere one single constellation in the sky? They were truly connected to the divine force of our universe, which was a universal truth, which is why all cultures got this same symbol of what's at the center of our earth. And everybody wasn't talking about my favorite constellation or Sirius or just picking on one constellation. It was deeper than just this one constellation, while all of these cultures got this deity with the sun and moon going around her. That's all I'm saying. I'm not even saying the Sirius interpretation is wrong or right. I'm just saying all of these is not talking about Sirius. It just meant the power that's giving the sun and moon their circuit, and we clearly see them there. You ask me for sources, I'm giving you a collage full of them. I make these collages so people don't ask for sources. Which one you want? Arizona, Armenia, Ghana, Spain. Like, I bring sources, I come with respect, and I just want it reciprocated. Salutes to you guys. I yield the floor.
All right.
All right. No doubt. Thank you for that.
Hey, can I
Laird?
build on what he's saying?
Much respect to Brother Sanchez, yo. Let Laird go, yo.
Yeah,
it's his show. It's his show.
Okay.
Where do you go? You still there?
At the heart of the system, from my point of view, are the dynamics of energy that we've been talking about. And from my perspective, the Dogon are using the stars in our neighborhood and the astronomical structures in our neighborhood to illustrate those dynamics of energy, which are the same dynamics of energy that play out with magnetism wherever we find it, including the pole. So, yes, they're talking about the magnetism, but the way they're talking about it, the magnetism being a concept that the average person is not familiar with, using stars that they look up at night at every evening to illustrate those dynamics, seems like an intuitive way to try to instruct. The archetypes, which the Kanunga is one of, are found in cultures all around the planet, and it's quite a body of symbols and themes and myths that and even words that are found in culture after culture after culture, even very widespread cultures, that Jung scratched his head and said, well, I'm a psychiatrist, so I guess I'll come up with a psychiatric explanation for it. There must be a common consciousness that they all connect to, which I can't dispute might not be the case. It could be the way the consciousness works, as I understand it. But culture after culture referring to Sirius the star as the dog star didn't come out of nothing. It didn't come out of a trip to the North Pole. It came out of an instructional system that referred to Sirius as the dog star. The Dogon also referred to the Earth as the star of the fishes. That every culture who envisions a wheel or a chariot associated with the constellation Orion was part of the same system. That's one of the signatures. They're all talking about Orion, but they're talking about it for the purpose of understanding how the dynamics of the energy work. So I'm in agreement about the references to the energy. Yes, the energy is an illustration of that same thing, but the symbolism, the ancient symbolism that refers to a dog star, the ancient symbolism that refers to a wheel or a chariot associated with Orion, is talking about the stars in order to explain the energy. That's my take.
Yeah. And
Not
the reason,
very far off the mark
reason,
from where he's at.
Yeah, the reason Orion is associated with a chariot is for the same reason Santa Claus was. This deity originally represented the pole star, for it represented the dog star, is what I'm saying. So them in modern science, this symbolism became corrupted, in my opinion, to the dog star, which is going back to Anubis, the god of the dead, which is also can be translated to Christ, the Baphomet, which is the all of these Canis Major canine deities like the Baphomet and the dogs, all of this stuff. But I'll just say this: but originally, before it meant anything about Sirius or the dog star, it was the pole star, because the literature behind this star is what Jesus is saying, like, you can't get lost if you follow me. The same thing with the god Osiris. It's kind of like this god that leads you through the darkness, through the dead. So that's what the compass does. And the people created the compass off of Polaris, not off Orion. People had to know where Polaris was or they'll get lost at sea. They didn't have to know where Orion was. This was life or death to them about Polaris, not Orion. Not knowing what they navigated by the North Star. Where our compass is also based off of the North Star today, North Star technology.
All right, Brother Sanchez, you all talking long though.
I just got the mic though. My bad. I'll fall back.
Go ahead, Larry.
So I have to consider whether it's possible that all those traditions got it wrong and thought they were talking about the belt stars of Orion, not Polaris or the pole. And that doesn't seem very believable to me that they all got it wrong the same way.
Yeah, I don't think that they got it wrong, Laird. I think they were spot on saying that they discovered the pole star. The people who got it wrong were the ones that said it mean Osiris. But if you look at the image on the screen, all of these cultures talking about a star that the sun and moon go around, and the sun and moon go around Polaris, not Orion. So I think they did get it right according to these images if we let them speak and not go according to from your perspective, because you did start off saying from my perspective. I can't give my perspective. I just got to go with where these symbols lead me and try to let the ancients speak with themselves, because if I give my perspective, I know how that'll go. But yeah, I salute and I like your perspective though, Laird, and thank you for having patience and going back and forth with me like this. I'm rushing myself because I got to hurry up and talk real quick.
Can I ask something?
Go ahead.
You spoke about the Polaris star, and I'm pretty sure Dr. Laird or whatever. Bro, saying, can you hear me, God?
Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
A lot of us have studied this particular term about the Polaris star, because we know that in one particular cycle of the sun, the Earth was aligned with that star, but that wasn't another age of the sun. Now, and they say it's not been proven, but they say, and Laura could probably agree with me on this, there's a book called Catastrophobia. Anybody out there, you might want to get that. They talk about this. And this particular star was the star that human beings seen at that time, at that cycle of the sun. Now, in this cycle, we see the Orion star constellation. So to add on to what Laird is saying, because we have the Egyptian pyramids, a lot of people don't agree with this, but that's aligned to the Orion constellation, right? And not only that, the Dogons left Kemet. Maybe they're a part of those 42 tribes that was a part of Kemet, left Kemet and brought the science of Sirius A, B, and C and put it in the Dogon's spiritual system, right? Maybe there's a correlation with that. I'm not going to rule out the Polaris star is not the star that was, acknowledged in another age, right? But we have to understand now, we see in this age, we're closer to the Orion constellation. You know what I'm saying? Both of you guys can elaborate a little bit on that.
Well, you know what? You let Laird go. I'm sorry. Let me mute up.
Okay. Well, the biggest threat to the work I do is the tendency of my own brain, a human brain, to perceive patterns where they don't really exist, even where they don't exist. This is what children looking up at the sky see images in clouds. They see, oh, look, there's an animal, there's a horse, right. There's a...
Yeah, I'm agreeing with him. Yeah.
Wait, his mic is cutting out.
He cut his mic off. We can't hear you.
Laird, your mic cut out. Last time this happened, it popped back in.
He going in, too.
Yeah, damn, we got to tell him
to protect myself from that.
There you go.
He's back. All right, go ahead.
The only way to protect myself from that is to insist that interpretations begin with a clear statement on the part of at least one of the cultures I'm studying. Somebody's got to say they meant Polaris, not Orion. Now, if I can find that, then I've anchored my perspective and I have a basis to go explore that. But if the only person who's saying they meant Polaris, not Orion, is me, if I can't find an ancient culture that's flatly saying that, I'm chasing my unicorn. I'm not pursuing what they thought.
No, Laird, here's 8 different ancient cultures saying it's Polaris. It's a
No,
fact.
they aren't. They've given illustrations that you're saying represent Polaris. What I need is at least one of them to say it's Polaris.
I just started. I'm just gonna be honest with you. I would love to get a Dogon guy on the panel right now to say what I'm saying.
That's
but
my
that
whole
ain't,
plan.
I didn't know that's really what y'all expected me to do. I'm sorry for disappointing you. I would just like to share my research like you just did, because you started off saying from my perspective. I want to give you my understanding from my perspective, according to how I perceive interpreted these symbols of my own, just like you did. I think I respect your perspective. We're just sharing perspective, and it's awesome.
What I'm saying is that my perspective is, I only consider my own perspective legitimate if it begins with a clear statement on the part of one of the cultures I'm exploring. That's what I'm saying.
So my thing
Laird.
is, Laird, I just want to.
I mean, Larry. Good.
Yeah.
Well,
Go
I
ahead.
just started, but you know what? I'll fall back.
No, don't fall
Right.
back, brother. Yo, listen, Sanchez, go ahead, say your thing. Bill.
The thing that I was saying, he agreed with me on it earlier, that the goddess Amma in this symbol does represent magnetism. So if we both agree that it represents magnetism, the highest concentration of magnetism that we can prove right here on Earth is where the compass is point. And I learned that in the Air Force when I learned about a compass, that it's detecting the energy at the center of the Earth. And I think that the ancestors knew that too, which is why they made these images to say that that's the same energy that's giving the sun and moon their circuit, which is the negative and positive to a battery. Earth is a huge battery. And this is the source that powers the battery by putting the energy in motion. This became Ma'at to the Egyptians, and the sun and moon were replaced with 2 scales, and they're never tilted for the same reason why the yin yang is 50-50, because the ancestors were teaching us about energy and electromagnetism. Anyone that deny that don't want us to know how great that these people were, even at a time where science say they didn't know much. They were primitive. Only thing I'm telling you, Laird, I'm not making this up. I wouldn't dare give myself that much credit. I'm interpreting these symbols during a time where even Razul, I think he just came in. He said back in the day, they was dealing with Polaris, but today we had the stars are shifting and it's all about Orion.
Well,
you know what? I didn't research that, so I'm not going to speak on it, but they were dealing with the star that everything was centered around in their time, and I agree with Razul.
All of that is theoretical, though. It's not factual, Sanchez.
Well, listen. Here's
it's
the
all
thing.
theoretical, brother.
Hold on, I'm gonna end with this. It's factual that they navigated using the North Star and not Orion, which is what we're saying. So
Okay.
the North Star would have been something that would have been your savior at ocean. If you was lost at sea, that would have literally been your Messiah. You knew that was the center of the circle. If we both agree that they all perceive Polaris as their central star, I'm going back to the time frame when they did it. You're dealing with modern time. I'm dealing with ancient time.
But that's not confirmed, though. I only brought Polaris up because a lot of people theoretically believe that Polaris was that star, but it's no confirmation of that.
Can I ask you a question?
Let me finish one thing. I'm gonna say this one thing, and I'm gonna let you go and let you say what you're gonna say. And one of the reasons why we can't see the Polaris star that you're talking about, and Dr. Laird, I don't want to say your name wrong.
Laird.
Laird. I'm sorry. He agreed
That's
with me.
it.
Like you said, like
you can
air.
see
I'm sorry. I'm
Polaris.
not trying to say his name wrong.
No.
That'd make you the first person to get my name wrong.
No. I said wrong. No, I'm not just saying. You said like air, just Laird.
Oh yeah, Laird.
No,
Laird.
no
Oh,
problem.
okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Laird.
Yeah.
you agree with me as well that we know about this phenomenon, correct? But the reality of it is that the Earth is just not. It's not sent. Like when they talk about Polaris, they're saying when the Earth wasn't tilted 23 degrees. They're talking about when the Earth wasn't tilted and it was just perfect in design. It was perfect. So Polaris, we can't. When the Earth is tilted in certain ways, we can't see certain stars. That's why we have astronomical observatories called telescopes. So we can see certain stars. So at the end, so what I'm saying is, I'm not saying, Sanchez, you're wrong. Your information is just theoretical, and it just needs more data. It just needs more data.
You know what? Some of my information is based on the fact that ancient people use Polaris for navigation. That's a geographic.
We don't have no facts.
Don't cut him off, bro.
Go ahead.
You just let him talk. Let him talk now. Go ahead, Sanchez.
Sorry about that, Sanchez. Go ahead.
Here's another collage. Am I still screen shared? I made these to show you even what the Kaaba Cube is all about. All of the ancients navigated using the North Star. We still make North Star technology on cars. The Sumerian dog star is right here on my screen. It has nothing to do with Sirius. It represents the center of the solar system, which is why you see the planets around it. Globalists give me this all the time to debate me against flat Earth, which is why I went here. Check it out. That star is the center of our universe, which is this electromagnetic hyperboloid. This is an hourglass at the middle. That's what the Dogon call armor right here, the hourglass at the middle of our Earth. And here's the Hindu version. You ask for sources, I'm giving them to you. I'm all in Samaria now. Here go the Dogon womb of all worlds. It's pointing you to Amma. Who is Amma, this deity which represent the point where all the energies of Earth meet at? The electromagnetic ley lines all form to meet a point at the center of the Earth. And that's what this symbol represent. This goddess represent that point. The Mayan tree of life represent that point with the sacred bird at the top of it, which why the Dogon have that same bird landing on their goddess there. The whole world perceive the flat Earth with the energy at the center. And here go the Sumerian interpretation of that energy, which is this same energy here. And if you pull up an atom, it became today's modern interpretation of the different atomic particles circling the atom right here. But if you look at this, it's all based upon a ripple effect, which is the different degrees of diameter of this whole energy expanding outward right here, just like we see. But that 6-pointed star is linked to electromagnetism right here. And this is said to be the conception of our universe. I'm not saying you got to believe it or not. I'm just interpreting the science based on the people who respected Polaris and they believed in flat Earth. That's all. There we go. I'm done. Thank y'all.
All right.
I'm listening.
Dr. Laird.
Thanks. Well, no, I think we're sort of going around in circles. We're in agreement that ultimately they're talking about energy, and the details of how they get to that is where we're in disagreement. Ultimately, absolutely, they're talking about energy. Dogon symbols, from my point of view, tell us, their name tells us what they represent. Ka na ga, ka is a syllable that represents the concept of an embrace. Na is the term for the non-material feminine, and ga is time. So the ka na ga symbol, from some perspective, represents the feminine non-materiality embracing time. Every Dogon cosmological term works that way. Every ancient Egyptian and cosmological term works that way, only in more detail, because they give us symbols to represent the nuances of what they mean when they say it. There's an Egyptian word for symbol where the glyphs read, action preserves knowledge. There's a second Egyptian word for symbol that reads, action replicates knowledge. Between the two, we have a definition of what a symbol is.
Right.
Every Dogon term works that same way. So whatever interpretation we overlay on a Dogon concept, we've got to be able to make sense of it in terms of the syllables that make up the name. And when we go to the ancient Egyptian word that has similar phonetics, the words that have similar phonetics, we hopefully find symbols that support the interpretation we overlaid on the Dogon term.
Right.
If the Dogon term involves a symbol, we can ask ourselves, how did the Hindus understand that symbol? And how did the Buddhists understand that symbol? How did the Kabbalists understand that symbol? And if we don't have a consensus of opinion among those groups as to what the symbol meant, we don't have a basis for an interpretation. So a lot of interpretations, good interpretations, begin with resemblances, but we have to be able to anchor those in some way in the perspective of an ancient culture. Some ancient culture has got to say it. If Laird Scranton says it, it's nothing.
Right.
Hey, Laird, where you grew up in America? Over here, they taught me in school that all the ancients believed in a flat earth, but later when we got telescopes and things, we found out that the ancients were wrong.
Yeah.
Did you learn that? Just yes or no? I wanted to see something so I can ask you something else.
No, I didn't learn that. And as I said, the counterpoint on that is 7 directions of space. If we have 7 directions of space, we have volume, not area.
Yeah, I heard the point. I just wanted to know. You're saying they mistaught us in school on that one, huh, Laird? Yes.
I wasn't taught that in school.
No, I know, but if they taught me that in school, then my teacher was wrong, correct?
Well, as I said, there are dimensional perspectives on these energies. So we can look at oscillating energy in terms of a single dimension, linear dimension, 2 dimensions, or 3. And we're talking about the same concept of energy. And I can say I was right about it from the perspective of area, and the other guy was wrong about it from the perspective of a line, but it's the same dynamic represented 2 ways. We're actually both right. So these are complicated subjects. It's not linear.
You know what? I think I'm satisfied with what you just said. When you said we're both right, I don't even want to say nothing else behind that. I think that's some good energy to move forward with. We're both giving pieces to the puzzle here, and I respect that.
Well, thank you for your explanations. I've learned things tonight, and I appreciate hearing from you.
All right. Yo,
Peace
this
to brother Sanchez, man.
We got another super chat real quick we could run through.
Laird Scranton.
Laird Scranton.
Some of these aren't even questions.
The
they're
master
just-
scribe.
These are just some of these are statements. Gavin says best podcraft this side of OZ of Oz. Boom shaka. The Thunder Sound says seems like Laird could be saying that the Orion Sirius connection could be another microcosm of the same process on Earth. Bro Sanchez is referring to.
As I understand it, those astronomical references are there to illustrate dynamics of energy for us and to convince us that the processes that are at work in the macrocosm are the same as the ones that work in our domain and in the microcosm. This is as above, so below stuff. That they point us to the Sirius stars because their dynamic is one of the key dynamics of energy. They point us to the spiral of Barnard's loop because that dynamic is a key dynamic of the underlying energies. And they flatly tell us that's why they're pointing us to it. So yes, it's all about the energies, but when they make a reference to Orion, and all the cultures are associating their reference with Orion, the constellation, I have to conclude, if I have any intellectual integrity, I have to conclude that that's what they mean. I have to conclude that's what they mean. They're all saying the same thing. That's corroborating testimony. If 5 4-year-olds told me all the same thing about, say an intruder came into their classroom and they all described him the same way, that's corroborated testimony. Even though the testimony of a child, a 4-year-old, is inherently unreliable, if they're all telling us the same thing independently, it's corroborated testimony. And that's what we have from the ancient traditions. When they all understand a thing the same way, we need to go with how they understand it, not with how we think it ought to go.
You know, I believe that that nature's always the best teacher. You know, most of the ancient civilizations got their knowledge just from the observation of nature. So therefore, if anybody observed nature in its proper form, then all the cultures will come out with the same prognosis. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the signs and symbols of duality of the sun and the moon and salt water, you know what I'm saying, collecting and making a battery of energy and things of that nature, you know what I'm saying, of understand that everything that produces life has some type of circular motion to it, whether it be a female's womb, ovaries, testicles, or a seed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Which would point and show to you that nature itself is the best teacher in any culture, you know what I'm saying, from any nation or around the world, just from their observation of life, will come up with the same answer.
Right. And also it goes a little bit beyond that, because in Buddhism, there's a concept called the adequate symbol. An adequate symbol is defined as a symbol that no matter what the initiates do with it over thousands of years, can't lose its meaning precisely because of what you said. It represents something in nature that you can't mistake. The Dogon do a drawing that they associate with their concept of an electron, and it looks just like an electron orbital shape.
Yeah.
We got
So
go ahead.
and anything taken from nature has a firm basis going forward.
Noid says North Star is the most high. The 7 nearest stars in angled formation in the Arc of Heaven, constellation Little Bear, are in the Bible called the archangels. The sun is the son of North Star. All right. DJ Jason says Bro Sanchez going in. Fire. Nyasha says respect to Laird for being a KPP guest. I love the diversity and the knowledge. Versace says Google Dogon dance Mali wearing the Ama symbol. Sanchez right. Bro Sanchez says I'm gonna let Laird get back to it. Thanks for having me. He also says we admitted that the ancestors revered Polaris before Orion, so he is wrong. They could not have been talking about Orion before telescopes.
Well, can I build with you, Laird?
Sure.
Yeah, priest. Listen, I think you know about. I read that book, Catastrophophobia. There's a bunch of people who talk about this. In fact, Dr. York talked about it as well. But when we talk about Polaris, we don't have any real data and factual information that our Earth, that was the central star that we seen, and how they say the pyramids aligned with this particular star, and and the pyramids is older than that. I think the pyramids is older, but we don't know. I'm not disrespecting Brother Sanchez, and I'm not disagreeing with him. We just don't have no data on it. You know what I'm saying? On what they're referring to about that particular star. But what we do know is that the Orion star is there, and the stars that we do see. You know what I'm saying? Even without a telescope. Even without a telescope, you can see Orion, you can see the Big Dipper, you can see all of the constellations. Depending on where you're at.
Or in a dark environment.
Or in a dark environment. Yes. You can see all of those stars. So, I'm not even disagreeing with Brother Sanchez. I'm just saying we need more data. That's all we're saying.
Right.
That's all I'm saying. And one more question is I want to add on to you. This is really a controversial statement, but I believe that the ancient Cometians and older civilizations, I think that they did have some kind of system of gazing at the stars. There's one scientist that did, certain archaeologists that did find, I don't have, next time I come on the show, I'll bring the sources, but they did find cylindrical lenses in the desert. And you know about this, in the desert of, in the Kemet in Egypt, they found a bunch of different various weird kind of things, like the schist disc. They had found gigantic lenses and stuff. And some of these scientists and theologians said, well, maybe they did have telescopes. I'm not saying that they, I'm not saying all of these things are facts, but they did find surgical lenses. Imhotep, he used certain different glasses to look inside the optic nerve. So they did have technology. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to rule out that they didn't have any methodology of gazing at the stars. What would you say about that?
Right. I agree that it's possible that they did, that we can't say with certainty that they didn't. And given a lot of what they know about astronomy, it would make a lot more sense if they did.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's
Couldn't comprehend if they didn't.
Yeah, I mean, me and Priest.
If you wouldn't find no glass or anything, because how could they get that type of knowledge if they didn't use technology?
There you go. And not only that, I always bring this up on the show.
Well, how could two people come together and make a baby out of nowhere?
There you go, Priest. Perfect.
See, there's things that can happen that you can't explain.
That you can't explain. So we can't just rule out that the ancient Africans didn't have high advanced tools and technology. You know, we just can't rule that out, and then have the Europeans say, "Oh, they couldn't have." And Copernicus, and Galileo Galilei, those guys invented the telescope. Why you can't say that the Africans didn't do it? You know, maybe they're not telling us.
I mean, they lived in the sand.
You know,
Michael
and
Cremo
sand is
wrote-
created from used glass. So
Michael Cremo wrote a 700-page book called Forbidden Archaeology.
Yeah.
Every last page of that book refers to items that have been excavated in ancient sites that they have no explanation for. How could they have found that?
wouldn't and
Do you think we're the first planet?
Do I think we're the first planet?
Yeah, like we see the world as we see it now. But do you think there's worlds because this is all we see? Like, for instance, if I had a seed and the seed passed away, you know what I mean, before I had another baby, and and would never tell him about the other baby, the first baby, he would just think that I'm his parent, you know, and that would be it. That would have been it. So to his reality, he would just exist and only known. And if I would never tell him about my other child that was here before him, he would never know.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So there's things that there's things that's unexplained, but it got a meaning to it.
Got to reason it out. You know what I mean?
We got a question here from Reggie. He says, earlier Laird mentioned someone who recently passed away that he studied. Can he spell the name or the book he studied?
This is Malidoma Some, Malidoma. His last name is Some, Some. He was a spokesman for African health tradition, and he made it his mission to essentially try to explain African thought to a Western mentality, which was not an easy task, because a lot of the ancient, especially the ancient African ideas are just, or even Eastern ideas in general, are just skewed from the way that Western people are taught to think about things. And so, but he had a foot in both worlds, and so he was very able and very conversant, very able to talk about these subjects. He was also Dagara, which is related to the Dogon, and so I was impressed that how often he landed on the same page with how I see a thing, even though I don't have the credentials to have an opinion about it. He did. And so a friend who is an intuitive healer gave me one of his books. Having not read it herself, she said she was supposed to give me this book. And so I sat down and read it, and there was hardly a paragraph that didn't say something that connected to the things that I study.
Yes. Yeah, I want to say this, man. Oh man, Laird.
Laird's.
Yo, you've been a great guest, man. But I gotta keep it moving. It's been a great time, man. You held this down. You know what I'm saying? I would like to have you come back for a part 2.
Yes.
Because there's so much things to get into. And you've been a great guest. And man, power to you, man.
Yeah. I wanted to say one thing real fast.
Is it gonna be a question?
No, not a question.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say.
Go ahead, say something. Go ahead.
I wanted to add on to the ancient technology that we talk about, and I say this on the show all the time, that Africans were smelting steel about 3,000 to 13,000 years before Europeans even knew about a furnace. So I always use that as no disrespect to Europeans or anything. I always use that as that if they were smelting steel that long ago, that means
all right, let's keep it moving, right?
that means that they had to have they had been dealing with a high technology.
These are all.
No, I agree with you. I'm not.
No.
I just want to. We're gonna keep going around the same.
I know. We're gonna keep going. We can talk about this all night.
Yeah. My passion about Africans. You know what I'm saying? I get it. You know
Yo,
what I'm
we got a super chat here.
All right.
Yeah.
You know, it's called the ancient technology.
Academics is asking, will you guys ever have Asar Imhotep, also known as Harold Johnson, on?
You should
Great
use
show, by
that
the
when you
way.
was going against the Hootie.
I did. Nobody listened to me when I
go
said
ahead.
that. I brought that
I'm
up.
sorry.
Will you guys ever have Asar Imhotep, also known as Harold Johnson, on the show? Great show, by the way.
Thank you. What was the question again?
Will you ever have Asar Imhotep?
Yeah.
Harold
definitely.
Johnson.
Yeah, listen, we don't turn down nothing. But we turn down 3rd Street, maybe. That's about
Also,
it.
you have Bro Sanchez in the waiting room. What do you want to do?
Bro Sanchez, man, we're gonna keep it going, bro. We're gonna tell Brother Sanchez, unless you want to say peace be out, because I gotta keep it moving right about now. And we definitely have this brother back, because Brother Sanchez. Oh, you want to say something? Go ahead. Yeah.
Harold Johnson.
Yeah, listen, we don't turn down nothing.
Hey, bro.
You gotta turn down your.
Also, you have Bro Sanchez in the waiting room.
Yeah,
What do you want to Bro Sanchez, you there?
We're gonna keep it going, bro. We're gonna.
Oh, he's listening to the thing.
It's backwards. Unless you want to say peace be out, because I gotta keep it.
I know you do.
Right
I
about
came
now.
up here just to
And
do.
we definitely have this.
Hey, you gotta
back.
turn down the background.
Say something, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm
sure.
in and out. I just wanted. I
Listen,
forgot
we
to
don't
make.
turn down nothing.
I forgot to make my.
You gotta turn down the back.
I'm doing everything I accuse other people of doing with the background. My bad. Just wanted to make an announcement that I forgot to make. I'll be live on my channel tomorrow, which is where I normally go live. And I might be going live tonight if enough people want me to go live tonight. So be on the lookout either tonight or tomorrow or both of them, just doing extra work. I'm out. I just wanted to add that. I forgot to tag that in. Appreciate y'all.
Peace, Sanchez. Peace to the God.
All right.
Yo. Okay, what you want
Thank
to
you
say?
very much for having me on. I've really enjoyed this.
Shout out to Vinny. Yeah, exactly, man. Thank you for enjoying it. Yeah. Go ahead. You wanted to say something else? I'm sorry, I cut you off. My bad.
No, I'm happy to come back at some other point if it works for you.
Man,
Yeah,
please do. Yo, Laird Scranton, you can get his books. You got 13 books, right?
Yeah, they don't have to buy all of them.
What's up with 14? Yeah. When we come with that 14 book.
Well, I'm working on a couple of projects right now, but I don't have an actual plan for the next book yet.
Right. Okay. No doubt. Well, hopefully it come in soon. You know what I mean? All right. Thank you for coming through, and let's get it on.
Peace.
Thanks very much. Good night.
All
See
right.
how deep it is when you go on other levels and going to other doorways and stuff like that. Not the same old
36
same
chambers,
old. Good.
man.
That was good.
Chambers.
Yeah. 37. Yo, 36, 9.
37, yeah.
That's Tesla's. He liked it, those numbers.
Yeah, 3, 6, and 9. That's what it said.
Yeah. 369 Mafia. Yo. All right. So AD, let's take it to the music.
Yeah, we're gonna do that segment of the show where we play tracks submitted from up and coming beat makers and artists, and established artists also.
And remember, go ahead,
yeah.
I'm sorry to cut you off.
You good? I'm done.
This will be on sale tonight.
Yeah.
$199. I've signed the first one, and I'm numbering them. I numbered this one. I got 10 of them. I'm gonna sign each of them. So let them go out. It's going out the door. 100.
Can you send me a picture of that? Actually.
Yeah, take a picture. You the picture man.
Yeah.
Y'all getting this live? You want the inside too?
No, let's just
So
do
we
it
can
like
see.
that. Bam.
Got it.
There's the product photo.
What about this? You want to catch this?
Yeah, might as well.
You open it 3 ways.
No reflection.
Wow.
Damn.
Real talk.
KillerPriest.tv, link in description.
Yeah, it'll be up.
All right.
People don't like the way that.
This first track is by none other than Mark of Buddha.
Shout out to Mark of Buddha.
It's called Brain Splatter. Hold up. I'll just start it like this. Okay.
Drums, huh?
I like this. Okay.
It's the Mark of Buddha.
Yeah.
Okay,
I like that.
Yeah, that's hot.
That's a good freestyle beat.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I
a
was
beat to
ready- I was ready
freestyle
to drop
to.
some bars on that joint. Right there.
Yeah. Fire.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mark of Buddha, Royal Priesthood.
Nice.
Mark of Buddha.
Shout out to Royal Priesthood, man. The whole clique, everybody out there.
yeah.
K Nizzle,
Hey,
K9,
Nizzy. K9.
Ka Zodiac.
Kazodiac.
Everybody that's been coming through.
Mm-hmm.
The whole team. Y'all know y'all.
I'm about to buy one of them, yo.
The whole team growing strong with your protein.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go. Next track. Aurora Borealis. Track is called Hatred.
Aurora. Retrograde all day.
Snare's too low. Bring up the snare. Put those samples to the back. Drums are too low. Drums come first. Prioritize those drums.
Prioritize those drums. Like ADZ says. The sound down.
These samples are obnoxious.
I never heard that one. Your samples is obnoxious.
Yeah, I know. Obnoxious
Oh,
samples.
let me stop. You got me and AD about to do an album, yo.
Can't rock this. Shit is obnoxious.
Yo.
Trying to stop this.
Start with AD spits.
Yo, AD do spit, yo.
Fire
You get
bars
one
that
of
I get to
Only
hear.
if I
Get him
feel it.
started.
Yeah,
yo,
you gonna
get
hear
him
it
started. You gonna put AG on the track, yo. Me, I'm gonna do a track,
Let's
yo.
do it. I'm down.
There you go.
Let's
You
do
got
it.
it. You got it
yeah.
from there. Shout out to Bobby Conga.
Hey, listen, Aurora Borealis, man.
Yeah, Bobby
I'm not gonna lie, you like a mixture of like the RZA and maybe Fourth Disciple. But again, you just gotta turn those snares up and those drums up. Listen to ADZ. AD Allah, that's your 5% name,
Oh,
right?
I'm afraid I can't even talk like that.
No, I was joking. But listen to what he be saying because AD is a mastermind, right? You know, and just make the sound better. Because I see what you're doing. You know what I mean? Salute to you, good brother. Keep on striving for perfection.
Yeah, I got unsigned copies. Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Yeah, they probably just want the artwork, Priest.
Yo, he's striving to be like RZA
Yeah.
and Fourth Disciple.
Yeah,
Fourth Disciple new beats off the ringer.
Man, Fourth Disciple, man, I don't even know. He's from another universe, yo. He's from a parallel universe. He's like
The fourth dimension.
the fourth dimension. He's from, you know.
Yeah.
Pick up the Fourth Disciple. Shout out the Fourth Disciple, man.
All right.
All
This
right,
is what we're gonna
Next one is by Ceaseless from Long Beach. You remember him from last time? This track is called Blissful Eternity.
the one with Razzcast? When Razzcast was here?
No, different one.
It's like that. It's like this. It's like that.
Oh, yeah, when he was here, yeah.
It's like sick of this. It's like this. It's like sick of this. Like syphilis. No black sheep. Grimy shit. Yo. Said, twisting gibberish, they sick of this, that's limitless. Licorice colored vintage kicks, stepping over pigeon shit. I wasn't pitching shit, city full of little fish. Leviticus, falling from grace, just like Icarus. Mother's an immigrant, her parents from Jamaica. Trying to save the trees by recycling my paper. Reciting flavor, zombies on me, biting their neighbor. Used to say, fuck the world with my pipe in the crater. Now, I maintain with the righteous behavior. Still, kidnap a journalist cause he writes for the fader. What? Stupid hater, human nature, how this dude is greater. Don't become a statistic, that's just computing data. Who's your savior? Christ telling me to move a glacier. Doom Raider, the razor, size of a rutabaga. Open your third eye, now we're shooting lasers. Mutilated, duplicated, catching euthanasia. Neapolitan, dear Mrs. Robinson. In Gotham, I'm dodging goblins. He's not fond of them. You nodding and bobbling from the anger I'm bottling. I'm wandering and pondering like a young King Solomon. Scammers get grenades when they target the pin. She doesn't get tattooed, she gets it carved in the skin. Retarded with sin, sipping out the carton with gin. Got my lips on the box, it's spilling all on the Timbs. Get your mind out the gutter, rewind till it stutters. This butter is fly, it comes in all 9 different colors. Azul to Verde, this cat rules with wordplay. Recycle trash raps like every day is Earth Day. Black Kush, yo.
Nice.
Fire.
Yeah, I like
Link to that is in the chat. I like it. Ceaseless one.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of that. I love a verse with no ad libs, just spitting raw on top of the beat. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Like that. I mean, certain tracks you can have ad libs. I'm saying.
I thought you would like that. All right.
I mean, certain tracks can have ad libs, but I like the ones that also just straight up,
straight. Yeah.
just raw. I love it. That's dope.
Yeah, I liked it too. I think that he he had a good mic, good beat. You know what I mean? And he represented how you supposed to represent on the track. You know what I'm saying? Good approach, good pronunciation of words. He knows what he's doing. So he gets about 4 or 5 mics for that.
You can tell that's from Long Beat because it got that G funk to it.
Yeah.
Bounce to it.
Yeah, he got that
G
funk.
funk.
That's
to
right.
it,
That's
you know
right,
what I mean?
man. Cap, he had the funk. I forgot. Thanks for bringing that out.
I like the lyrics.
Yeah.
He was flowing on that shit too with the lyrics.
He was.
Shout out to Long Beach. I went to Cal State Long Beach.
Hey,
Small stomping grounds over there.
What Crip set you was a part?
Nah. I was just a musician. You know
Come
what I mean?
on.
I was in the dorm rooms back then making beats.
Talk to him,
You know what I'm saying?
AD Loke.
Nah, I was chilling.
Nah, let me say I was just joking, y'all. AD was.
Shout out to
I'm
Long Beach,
chilling.
all the East Siders out there.
The Long Beach. Yeah. Compton, Long Beach, the whole city of Los Angeles.
Okay.
Just throw it out.
I know. Yo, so I'm gonna have to drop a rule.
A rule for Sewell?
Yeah.
The Sewell rule?
Nah, I know you. I know you.
on,
So
y'all.
I know
What
you.
you
So
doing? I'm not
I know.
even
I know you
just
cool. I'm
adding
just
on
joking.
to
I'm
the
just
site.
joking, bro. I'm just joking.
Yeah.
Don't get emotional, man.
Last one is by. Wait a minute. Oh, yeah.
Oh no, we got.
Yo, I messed up. His name wasn't Ceaseless One. That was Black Kush.
Oh, come on, AD.
I fucked up. I've been going out of order.
How much you been smoking?
Give AD the rule. We gotta have an AD rule.
My bad. His name wasn't Ceaseless. That was Black Kush. I played the wrong track. I played the right track, but I said the wrong name. My bad. So that was Black Kush. It wasn't Ceaseless. I take it back. But the track I'm about to play right now is Ceaseless. Okay, it's Mercury retrograde, so I'm allowed to make these mistakes. This is Ceaseless One, and the track is called Blissful Eternity.
Yeah, I use 808 Trouble, man. Joints with Mark Buddha.
Yeah.
Might play one of them joints.
Okay, so this is a beat. This could be an R&B instrumental. You know singers. Or you sing yourself too. I got auto-tune.
Yeah, it does kind of sound like a.
There you go.
Yeah. Go with
what
the
I do.
flow.
There you go.
Yeah.
Do what I do.
There you go.
Yeah.
Open up.
For
Maybe I should
you.
try to sing.
Man.
I should try to sing.
I do what I do.
Yeah.
Experiment.
Do what I do.
Oh, okay.
Do what I do every time on you.
Oh, dang, he just closed his eyes and hit that note.
Do what I do.
Hey,
You
so
niggas lose. I show improve.
There you go.
Do you feel the groove?
There you go.
Go ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
You got it.
So got like a scary skeleton, like a skeleton that can sing.
Nah, I can't sing. Everybody thinking I can sing. I probably could. If I sit in there and really, you know what I mean? Y'all gotta put the magic. Y'all gotta put the magic on the.
Hold some notes out.
Beautiful beat. Yeah,
What
exactly.
I do. You know what I'm saying?
Hey.
Do what I do.
Hey, so
Wish
you
what
got.
I do.
There you go.
Now keep on going. Get it.
Show and prove. Can you feel the groove? You know, I can do it. I don't know. We just having fun over here.
Yeah.
Great beat,
It's
by
not
the way.
80.
Yeah.
Keep it with. Yo.
You know what I mean? Mark Buddha laughing.
What is it?
Where's my shoe?
Where's my shoe?
Where's the woo?
So all day with you.
I don't know.
I do what I do.
It'd be like a love song.
I do what I do.
Dr.
Then
York.
do what I do all day with you.
Exactly.
Do what I do, and then I do what I do.
Yeah, you know what I mean? You could go, you could actually
all day
actually get into
with
this
you.
song.
You know what I'm saying? Get a female to do it.
Yeah, like a girl, a woman, like or a brother that can sing. What you know?
All right, we get it. Yo, Sue, will you do that? Close your eyes. Yeah, when you start singing, you close your eyes because that's when it get deep.
Hey, he
You
a
know what I'm
Virgo
saying?
like Michael Jackson, so he got the
and then you
magic.
start pumping your fists.
I just,
Next thing you know, you
I
pulling your
probably
sleeve
could,
up.
you know, I'm not
Throw
gonna
your
lie.
head back.
I'm not gonna lie to y'all.
You know, dude.
I don't know how to sing.
80.
So
Sent you someone,
I look at singers, they're almost better than MCs and rappers. Like they really go in. Like, you know, especially Michael Jackson.
Do what I do.
You know? Michael Jackson would kill that.
That's not it.
Michael Jackson,
Well, you know what I'm saying.
keep it in the closet.
That's what I got.
No, that's not.
What's that one boy name? The Weeknd.
got a Michael Jackson joint.
He hot too. The Weeknd, you think he got some tunes?
Should we play our Michael Jackson joint?
Which,
Oh, you the
yeah,
Nuwapian
you wanna
John?
do that?
Why you keep playing it?
No, I'm just saying. I mean, you got the Nuwapian. You
It's
sound like
about to
you sound
go down.
you sound like
Let's play it.
old. You sound like old York.
Enjoy yourself.
You sound like old York on this joint.
Lord York sung like me? That's not a compliment.
Well, you kind of
Nah, I
sound
didn't
like
dance like I didn't
you
dance
kind of
like
sound
him.
like him.
Yeah, but the song's about
It's a Nuwapian girl.
Yeah,
man.
yeah, yeah.
It's not about you say half. What? It's not about her. Yeah, you want to write.
Why are you so emotional, man? We have
It's not about
therapy
that.
with.
You know, you trying to sit up there. You know,
You inspired it.
I inspired.
Yo, with your story. It's not about like he
I'll
took
check
it.
again, I'll check
It's not like no. I'm being honest. It was inspired that day when you told us a story about how you brought her to the Nuwapian.
No, I didn't bring her there. She was already in Nuwapian.
See you tricking us all, dude. You
Yeah,
changed the
she-
story.
no,
now
no.
we all lost.
You might have.
Everybody heard you tell the story.
You might have had a
Everybody-
misconception
Yeah,
about
but
that.
everybody heard you tell the story. You told it on here. We get it's on
Gotta
tape.
go back. Got to go back.
You told the story.
No, she was already in Nuwapian, yo.
Yo,
You came with you.
yeah.
No. You talking about
she
another
didn't-
girl? Oh, you talking about?
Oh, it's another girl.
You talking about another chick? You got two stories mixed up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. How
talking
you know
about-
what? I didn't even tell the story.
Yeah, but I know what you're talking about, bro. I know it's two stories.
So
I
you
told
came
I don't got-
there
how could
with
I
her
have
and
it
then
mixed
she left
up?
with
And I didn't
somebody
even
Hold
tell
on,
it.
let me hear what he's saying. What you saying, Priest?
No, you told a story that you went to. Hold on. That you went to. That you brought this girl with you to see Dr. York and brought her to the and then next thing you know she was walking.
Yeah,
with
that
him.
was when I was I was little. I was like maybe 19, and I had a girl. She was about the same age. And she was a Nuwapian. She was an Ansar, right?
So now you changing the story.
The same Ansar, Nuwapian, the same thing, yo.
No, you're not about that. But you
What?
told us a story. You gotta remember you told us.
Let me tell the story, bro.
Well, you
you're
already
right.
told it.
No, well, you're right. I mean, you got two stories mixed up. That's not Hafiza.
I didn't even tell the story.
It's not Hafiza. There's one that's Ifat.
I didn't say. Oh, I didn't say that was Hafiz.
And then
My bad.
Hafiza is a little
Yeah, that-
older.
he's right on
the
that.
story you talking about.
It was a girl that you brought there.
Well, she was already a Nuwapian. When
Yeah.
I went down to the land,
Yeah.
I seen her, and we was already had. And she was like, "I'm moving down." I was like, okay. And then when I seen
Now
her
you
again,
changing it up.
no, that's what I exactly
Did
said.
he say that before?
He don't remember that, man.
How you gonna tell him what he was?
Then you would agree that like, yo,
No,
When
so you told it. You told the story.
I know what I said, yo.
You want to change it up? Go ahead.
No, I'm not changing
Remix.
anything up.
T-Mix.
It was a girl I was with. She was already a Nuwapian. She moved. What I said was she moved down to the land, and then when I got down there, she was ignoring me. So it's like if you had a rapport with a girl, a relationship with a girl, and then you see her again, like maybe like a year after that, you would think that, hey, well, how you doing? Rahul Bet, Hotep. And she just walked away on some like studious and went with the harem. That's what I was talking about. She acted like she didn't even know me, and we was friends. So if you did make a song, yeah, it probably is about that girl. That's about her.
Yeah, we totally confused right now. All right.
Yeah, well, that's what it was. I know what you're talking about.
Save the song for a better time, bro.
Now you don't. All right, fuck it.
Yeah, took all the energy. All right, let's move on.
Let's play it on a day where it's not controversial.
You're not here.
I could be here. You know?
All right, let's keep it moving. All right.
Nuwapian girl. Now y'all gonna want to hear that shit.
Oh, we used to sing it up here.
Yeah, like a little tune. Oh, this is it?
This is it right here. World premiere.
When you start walking.
World premiere.
And you join
Yo,
the Nuwapians.
You sound like
in 1980. It was a little.
It's like it's 85 right
His
here.
name was
Assalamu
Rasul.
alaikum. Assalamu alaikum. Praise Yahweh. Praise Yahweh.
You crazy with it.
Hey, this is what we do, yo.
Most high.
Yo, this shit sounds just like Dr. York, yo.
Most high.
So all the Nuwapians.
Sing along, yo. You
Let me enjoy this world.
Hey.
In the land of Napu.
Yeah.
Nuwapian girl.
Yo. When's it called?
Took all the girls from me. On this planet, Nibiru.
Yo, you know what, yo? This applies.
Stop it, man.
This
Pause it,
applies.
pause
Hold on. This don't apply.
Let's do it
just
another
me.
time. Let's do it another time.
Hold on. This don't just apply to me. Because I just
lot
heard
of
that.
cats.
I heard that lyric.
Yeah.
Yo, this a crazy John, priest. Because this John gonna be talking. This ain't really about me. It's about them dudes that really York stole their woman.
Hit it again, then. For real?
No, you
Nuwapian girl.
Nah, for the top. You gotta do it for the top.
yeah, you know, Doc stole a lot of cats' girls, man.
I am from the Bureau.
You know?
My name is Inky. What's his name?
No, that's Yadnoon.
His name was El Yadnoon?
No, Yadnoon. That's the divine name.
I'm not gonna do it because they laugh. Everybody laughing.
All right, we can play it another time. You want to play it another time?
Assalamu
Because then I don't want to be a
Praise
parody, yo.
Yahweh. Praise
Yo, it's going too
Yahweh.
fast. It's going
All
too
right, fuck
fast. Nah, he took all the energy. We play it another time.
We play it another time.
And you played it too
He's the most
fast.
high. Most high.
No, just stop it.
You play it another time.
I know. It's
We'll bring Chuck Morgan on. We'll bring
He's
Chuck
gonna agree
Morgan
with
on.
it. He'll be
Yeah,
like,
he's
yo.
going to totally agree with
Be
that.
like, yo, man.
That's why he's like, I ain't going to lie
Good
to you.
old
That's a bad
fashioned cults.
joint.
Nah, I know. I don't want to do that because
Nuwapian girl.
nah, for real, Nuwapians. I don't want y'all to get upset with me because I know. Nah, for real, it's just
Hey, man, I don't care.
nah. But I'm. Let me say this to the Nuwapians. You know what I'm saying? I'm not trying to make because there's a lot of cats that's out there that still follow, and I'm not trying to make.
crazy.
You know, but it is what it is. You know what I mean? Y'all know I'm cool, and y'all can always hit me up, or whatever. Man.
All right, yeah.
All right, so let's go. Somebody said play it. Let's go.
Yeah, niggas
Next
gonna hear
time. Next time we'll play it. We'll play it.
We'll play it next time.
All right. So that concludes the
Remix version.
Yo, I got to be on the remix rapping.
Yeah.
the song promo segment. If y'all want to submit tracks for the next episode, go to killerpriest.tv/song promo. All the details are there. On our next show for this song promo is on Monday, and Priest has a show on Friday, which is a special. Tell them about that. Tell them about your Fridays.
All right, so listen. Last Friday we launched the Podcraft. AD was there. He was up in the craft. It was funny seeing you that way like that.
Yeah, it was weird being on that side in the chat room.
Hey, well, you know.
I get it though.
Yeah. But, you know, Voltage held it down, and we're going to do one Friday. And, you know, depending on how it turns out, I mean, it started turning out good. Y'all showed up Friday. It's a good day. It's a day that we could just let it out. And I'm just going 100%. You're going to hear from me. Shout out to Dr. Inky came through. And we're going to have more guests, more exclusive. You know what I'm saying? It might be rappers. It might be anything. Because shout out to my man Jason. He gave us a spot. So tune in Friday. What time did we start last time?
We started at about 3 o'clock.
Around 3 o'clock. This time you're gonna charge up.
Yeah, we're gonna
We're gonna charge up early. Yeah.
Good now.
So 2:00. I say about 2
o'clock.
So that's on Pacific time. That's carry the 1. That's 5.
5.
Yeah. All right. So 5. If you're on
You call it Frequency Fridays, right?
Frequency Fridays, Podcraft.
Yeah.
And then so ODB's daughter just hit me up, so she's gonna be through there. We're gonna let her, say a little something.
Oh, she coming through?
Yeah, she's gonna be
okay.
there. So shout out to that and everybody who came through the Podcraft. Yo, Dogon, hey Rue. Yo, to the moderators in the place. Shout out to the KP. All right. Now, let me see. Gavin. Peace. Shout out. Yeah, my nigga Ghetto Gandalf. Yo, we're gonna do that, Marco Buddha. We're gonna play it next time. I wanted to play a joint with me and Marco Buddha.
Yeah.
Kinda hard, yo.
I missed a super chat real quick.
Hey,
Sanchez talking about us on this joint right now.
Comedic matter. Why?
oh, brother Sanchez can rhyme though.
Sanchez,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah,
shout out to Sanchez, man. That's our brother.
I forgot to say comedic matter super chat. My bad.
He was.
It was.
what did he just?
Hold on, I'm gonna wait till they're done.
Okay, I'm sorry.
He
Go
just,
ahead.
okay.
he just built it.
He was saying, well, why aren't we referencing the men like Bauval and Brophy who lived, Braval and Brophy who lived and studied and was taught by the Dogon themselves?
Now, you
Sorry,
see,
I missed that super chat earlier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we just had,
Yeah.
he was really, really good. He just came on here, man. He's a respected cat. But we'll get them if they still around.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But, that was somebody that I thought would be a great, and he turned out to be even better.
Yeah.
Past my expectations.
He was getting a lot of love in the chat, too.
Yeah, exactly. He went in, looked at Kemet and Dogon on a scientific level, on a spiritual, on another type of level, and it was great. Go ahead. Somebody just hit a super chat. They try to keep us here. We got to get out of here. Oh, coming from Europe. Pounds, Spurs Squad. Thank you, man. He said, good job. Thank you too, man. Word.
We got a last minute submission from K9.
K9, shout out to K9.
Hey, nah, man, you gotta always doing the last minute, sitting in the beginning, brother.
Oh, my bad. Yo. There's something about K9, man. He got a certain type of light that's inside him.
He's a Leo.
He
like
can blow
you.
up. He can blow up. K9 can blow up commercially, in my opinion.
Yeah. Never thought I'd feel, so I didn't. Yeah. I said I never thought I'd. Yeah. Never thought I'd feel, so I didn't. Mama said the power of the. Hold up.
Yo, this beat is fire.
Walking down slow.
Yeah. Never thought I'd feel, so I did. Mama said the mind is powerful, so I listen. Gotta go and speak it to existence. If you wanna make it happen, stop the bullshit. As I think it, I can feel the world shifting. Thankful to the heavens, God's put me on this mission. I'm the knowledge, check your mathematics pimpin', aka the Neo, made of the Geo. Struggle ain't stop nothing, all I know is Geo. Flow on Frio, I'm looking like C4. Remember days I used to sleep with the mice, but that struggle made a champion, right? Now I'm Nemo, little fin and all, I've been swimming through it all. Crab and lobster on my mind, picture breaking down the claw. Hold your applause, just like hitting something raw. On the court, I'm by myself, nigga, I just want ball. Yeah, my nigga, I just want score. Putting numbers on the board, but nigga, I'm just want more. Fuck the awards, nigga, I'm just wanting tours. Equal operate on the paper, nigga, I just want soul, yeah. Never thought I'd feel, so I did. Mama said the mind is powerful, so I listen. Gotta go and speak it to existence. If you wanna make it happen, stop the bullshit.
Yeah. Give it up.
Give it up.
K9 holding it down. That song was called Struggle.
Yo, bro.
And we putting that in the chat.
Nothing but flames.
Yeah.
Yo,
Get it,
Tall
get it.
God, hey, Rule gave you nothing but flames, yo.
Yeah.
We know.
If he
Tell
give
you.
you the flames.
Yeah. Yo, it's something special about that brother, man. Yo, keep. Yo, this is gonna be dope. Yo, I'm
K9
just
gonna
happy
blow
to have
up, yo.
him.
He's
I'm
gonna
happy
blow
to have
up.
him part
K9,
of the royal priesthood.
Keep doing what you doing. You get 1,000 mics for that, man, and just keep learning and building and perfecting your craft, man.
And
You know
people
what I mean?
feel your energy.
Yeah.
You don't know it or not, man. You could be asleep. If you put out the energy, people feel it because it travels. You know what I mean? It's a beautiful thing where you could just put words that hit that release in your endorphins inside your mind and dopamine. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So that type of dopamine when it start to release and people, because you never know, because you could be feeling down and you hit something with the right word and it release endorphins in their mind and they start to feeling better. You know what I'm saying? It makes you feel better. You know what I'm saying? Thanks. So it become like a great contagious type of thing, and it's always good like that.
Hell yeah,
man. Eat healthy, man. Keep your mind right. You know what I'm saying? For everybody that's out there, man, in the craft room, man. This was once again, I want to thank Laird Scranton coming through. Mojito bugging out right now, AD.
Mm-hmm. He cool.
Putting his head on the mic. What do you think he think about? I wish I could see it. What do you think he think about right now?
I mean, he already has food, so he probably wants treats. I don't know.
He's staring at the book. Could he read? He's just staring.
Nah, he watches TV sometimes, but
he be too close. You know when you watch the TV, but he be like right here.
Yeah, I was watching Boba
like
Fett.
You see something else, huh?
Y'all be watching Boba Fett?
Oh, indeed.
I was watching Boba Fett.
You watched the new episode?
Yeah, he was staring at the
newest
screen.
one?
I think he was tripping out on the characters.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because some of them look weird. You know what I mean? He was staring at the Boba Fett. I was watching that.
Boba Fett, the book of Boba Fett. Y'all might want to check that out.
Disney Plus.
The Mandalorian.
Okay, yo.
Want me to land this?
Dope, that's me. Look at, let's see, trying to, yeah.
But when we play that, it's going to shut down the episode because every time.
Play it at the end.
It still shuts this down.
You try to play it, it's the record label I was on, yo.
Yeah, you gotta do it.
You guys gotta play something from the Zeitgeist album, because I don't. Baby Grand Records owns those songs.
So from a Zeitgeist
album,
album,
they gotta request it though.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. Y'all requesting the old stuff. Request some of the newer stuff, and then we can play it so the page won't get flagged.
Yeah.
You know.
All right.
If you want to play something.
Yo.
Until Friday, 2 p.m. Tune in, the Killah Priest.
We're gonna be there, man, live and direct.
And then we're gonna play Menkemperor's new video
for the Jewel.
After the
for the y'all go to my page, man. Check out the new the show coming up February 26th. Priest go be in the building, man. We shutting North Side down.
I might as well just rock it right now.
Yeah.
Black History Month tomorrow,
February 26th.
Yeah, so tomorrow. Shout out to Black Diamond, man.
Yeah, Top Brand Beach. Shout out to Top Brand Beach. We going in.
Free entry for all women.
All the ladies show up. Show
Ladies.
Out.
Hey.
Yo. Ladies come for free.
Come for free.
What city is that in?
Yeah. Oh, come on.
Long Beach.
Come on. Keep it going.
It's in Long Beach, y'all.
Long Beach.
February 26th.
Oh, it's about to go.
All right.
Hit up Menkemperor for more information.
Dave Flores in the building.
Hit me up.
Shout out to Dave Flores.
The video's phenomenal. Phenomenal, yo.
Yeah, can we play that joint real fast? Call Clint Morph Man.
Three
What's it called?
Superman swooping in.
Yeah,
Superman coming.
Superman. Yeah.
So we're ending with that.
And I can't wait.
All right.
Horoscope.
We got another one?
Oh, man.
It's
You heard
coming.
this up
It's
here.
coming.
Coming soon. Dropping Valentine's, right?
It's still a heart. A heart was never shaped that way.
And
You
also,
notice that?
but
The heart is never shaped that way. That's the way he cut it out. Like the heart, I don't know what that symbol right there is for murder. It's crazy. It's red.
that's deep.
Yeah, the heart was
I
never
always
shaped.
thought the same thing.
Yeah,
Why is
Saint
it-
Valentine, he's a murderer.
He's a murderer.
He used to cut out hearts in that shape. So actually, that shape that everybody fall in love with. That's why they probably end up breaking up. The broken heart.
The broken
It's
heart.
A heart doesn't look like that.
It's an emoji now.
So it's on the tarot card. The first tarot cards were 52.
Yeah.
The regular cards with the king and queen and all of that, you have to listen to the king, queen, jack. But the other cards with the fool, what was that? Regular cards. I'm gonna nerd out. I'm gonna say this
Joker?
Friday. Yeah. Well, Jokers are wild. They're always wild. Yeah, let's go.
Peace out, you guys.
See y'all Friday.
Shout out to Voltage.
Frequency Friday.
The three fantastic Supermen, America's favorite superheroes. 3 times as agile, 3 times as strong, 3 times as clever. Without the use of guns or modern weapons, they fight for truth, justice, and international peace.
Yeah, Batman and Robin and Sparrow jaywalking. 3 Supermen swooping in. Clark Kent, Mark Lynch, Art Flint, cigar stench, big newspaper, shades, dark tint. One had waves, the other one Jerry curls, the other one had just rocked the fade. You look hot, he said to every girl, the guy in his way. I mean, yesterday he got tased, unfazed, touch the titty, watch the sunbathe. Where you going, please, hun, stay. Stunner in the back with the gun ray. She hobbled on one leg, then fell to the ground. Heard a voice said, put the stun ray down. There's a villain at the Capitol building. Talk about masses of killings. This is bone chilling. Where's Mark? At the park with his sweetheart. Reading charts and carving tree art. Picking flowers and buying tea carts. Hold it. That's too much information. Pacing. Activate the telekinetic telesuits. Now tell him meet us at the superstation. Okay. Meanwhile, the girl got his hand. She says, I love you. He said, did you hear something? She says, no. He said, there it goes again. The Superman. I gotta go. There in an instant. What's shaking Art? What's up, Clark? Their face to the monitor. It's Dr. Diabolical. Trying to take this whole place apart. Let's get there fast. Wait, let me roll up one quick. I got some OG and some Cookie Crisp. Okay, an hour later, they still there. Phone's ringing off the hook. Alarms going off everywhere. Clark asks, yo, where you get this weed? From Kashim. He said, after we leave, make sure you give it to me. I'm too high to use the suit. He said, me too. Another hour, they still didn't leave. They want to take the Stargate Super Shuttle, but Mark can't find the keys. I think they lost. I think I dropped them when me and Clark fought. Another 2 hours passed. How long do this high last, yo? And they call a Super. Or call a Uber. Phone's not working. Satellite must be down. Let's take the bus downtown. That's how I used to get around. 3 Supermen waiting at the bus stop with capes on, driving by slow as the cops.
Why not come out with your royal arm pieces, your royal wrist pieces, your royal queen? You know what I'm saying? Like, represent it to the fullest.
Show us what you got.
JewelsFromTheThrone.com. How long it take you to make your pieces? I'll be like, sometimes like 3 weeks. They be like, what? I'll be like, yeah, because, I want them all to be unique and different. So I let the subconscious, you know what I'm saying, just
take over.
Yeah. JewelsFromTheThrone.com. There's nobody out there that makes jewelry like me. Nobody. I'm talking about you go anywhere in the world, there's nobody in the world that makes jewelry like me. I make some of the best handcrafted jewelry on the planet. Real 24 karat gold. You know what I'm saying? If you represent that Kemetic culture, you know what I'm saying, I'm the best person to come to provide you with the jewelry that the ancestors